So it is March 31st, and I will call the North Kingstown School Committee Business Meeting to order. The first item on the agenda is to go into executive session, and so pursuant to RIGL 42464 for discussion of job, performance, character, or physical or mental health of a person or persons, provided that such person or persons affected have been notified in writing and advised that they may require the discussion to be held in open meeting pursuant to RIGL 42465A1, admin contract renewals, review of superintendent goals. Item 2, sessions pertaining to potential litigation/legal advice and collective bargaining pursuant to RIGL 42465A2, NEA NK negotiations, ESS 26-27 addendum, ABM custodial service proposed contract. And then item 3, discussions regarding the matter of security, including to but not limited to the deployment of security personnel or devices pursuant to RIGL 42465A3, security systems. Can I get a motion to go into executive, please?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
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 gotta go though. Gotta be fine. Okay, so we have recess from executive session, and so we'll be returning at the end of the meeting, but we will come back to open session now. The first item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you. Before we do roll call, Ken, do you want to introduce our new clerk?
We do. So tonight we have our new school committee clerk. So I want to welcome Christina Scarson to North Kingstown. She started last week with us, and tonight's her first meeting.
Good. Welcome, Kristen.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, hi, Joni. We love that for you. Okay, so we'll start off with roll call.
All right. Yep. Aaron Earl.
Here.
Robert Case.
Here.
Jennifer Lima. Here. Megan Riley.
Here.
Sherry Kennedy.
Here.
Joshua Furtado. And Sadie McCann.
Okay, thank you. And the calendar, please.
Yep. We have April 1st, 2026, Building Advisory, Central Admin Conference Room, 4:30 p.m. April 6th, 2026, Budget and Finance Advisory, Central Admin Conference Room, 4:30 p.m. April 14th, 2026, School Redistricting, Start Times and Transportation Advisory, Central Admin Conference Room, 5 p.m. April 7th, 2026, School Committee Business Meeting, Central Admin Conference Room, 6 p.m. And then April 8th, 2026, School Committee Office Hours, Central Admin Conference Room, 6 p.m.
Great, thank you so much. Moving on to presentations. Rob, actually, do you mind if we, just because of the delay of start, do you mind if we move citizens' comments first? And then we'll,
No problem.
can I get a motion to move citizens' comments to the next item? Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, that way. Thank
Yeah,
you.
no problem.
So anyone that, can I have, Jody has the list.
Just doing a little training and then going.
No worries, Jody, thank you. Okay, Pam?
Good evening. I'm here to speak about a few ongoing concerns that continue to make meaningful public participation difficult. It is extremely challenging to provide informed public comment when information in the agenda packet is missing, late, or difficult to locate. The first time I reviewed the agenda packet this weekend, it contained more than 1,000 pages of documents. My initial reaction was actually one of appreciation. While that volume is daunting, I assumed it meant that the necessary information had been provided. However, after reviewing the materials more closely, I found that the majority of those pages were related to the substitute issue, while several relevant supporting documents for other agenda items were not included. I checked the packet again later and found it had been reduced to 121 pages. And then again today when it increased to 146 pages. These changes illustrate the challenge residents face when trying to stay informed and participate in a timely and thoughtful way. So once again, I respectfully ask that this issue be addressed. This has become a consistent pattern, and it ultimately discourages and limits meaningful engagement from residents who are trying to be informed and involved in the process. Now turning to a few specific items. I do support the resolution to oppose the proposed sludge facility. And with regard to the budget, given the reported health care overages, it would have been helpful to see information outlining potential areas where adjustments or cost-saving measures could be considered. Providing that type of context would allow the public to better understand the full financial picture and the decision-making process moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Vanessa?
Hi, so I'm Vanessa Mascaro. I'm not sure if you've seen me kind of ring the alarm about the sludge facility that's coming to Davisville on top of the asphalt plant, on top of the battery, on top of. So I'm here because I did read the resolution that you guys are putting out, and I'm here to support that. I am relieved that the school department is taking this seriously because I don't think we quite understand the implications of what we're going to be breathing in. Even if they decide to cover some of the odors, there's some real impact here to our, I mean, the schools are right down the street. So I wanted to say thank you for putting this out there and kind of standing with the town and supporting what I'm trying to get done. I don't want to beat a dead horse because I've kind of been up and talking about this more and more, but I'm thankful to see that for sure. So please, I ask you to stick on it. Make sure you continue keeping an eye on things and supporting our children. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, those are all the names I have signed up for citizens' comment. Is anyone else here to speak for citizen comment? Okay, hearing none, move on. Now we'll go back to the presentation for MMO from Mr. Mazzamani.
All right, good evening. So we are presenting this evening on our multilingual learner district updates. Just to clarify any terminology you might see, these terms are often used to describe our multilingual learners: ESL, English as a second language; ELL, English language learners; MLL, multilingual learners is commonly the term used, but you may see others as well, just to clarify that. These are languages our students in North Kingstown speak, and again, this represents the diverse array of students from various backgrounds and experiences that we are blessed to have in our school system, in our school district, that add so much to our district. As you can see, there's 74 active students speaking languages other than English, with 20 of them, I should say, being monitored, meaning that they are for 2 years being monitored for continued services through multilingual learners, and then 6 are eligible but not enrolled in multilingual learner programs. This is a description of the proficiency levels that our ML students access or can achieve through the WIDA test. The access test is given every year. As you can see, it goes from a level 1 to a level 6, with level 1 being entering, level 2 beginning, level 3 developing, level 4 expanding, level 5 bridging, and level 6 reaching. And each of these proficiency levels are determined by a student's baseline performance on their achievement level, and then goals are set or goals are established based on that baseline performance on the test. Some updates from the Department of Education. As you know, we've mentioned it several times at meetings that MLL updates are coming very quickly from RIDE, and we're trying to keep up. There's new regulations passed recently, and we're keeping updated on the district's progress. WIDA access for kindergarten, as well as access for ELLs in grades 1 through 12, were redesigned for 25-26. Also, the WIDA will conduct a standard setting session in July of 2026 to, quote, ensure that student scores will give an accurate picture of a student's English language development. So they're basically just making sure, again, that those scores are calibrated properly and are reflective of a student's level. RIDE will be updating their MLL incidents and corresponding administrator requirements. So what that refers to is incidents refers to basically the population of MLLs that districts have as a percentage of their overall student levels. And that's either a high, medium, or low incidence level. And then in 26-27, all staff will complete an asynchronous MLL awareness training. And you've heard me speak of that before. That's going to be factored into our professional development program for next year. Here's some access testing ELP targets, English language proficiency targets. This is updated for the most recent data pertaining, stretching back 7 years as our students have been tested. As you can see there, the district is displayed, as well as our schools that are comprised of enough of a population of MLL students that they are factored into their overall rating for school accountability, that being the high school, Davisville Middle School, and Quinesta Elementary School. So this reflects obviously the trends that we're seeing with student English language proficiency testing. Okay. Now, one thing that should be noted here is that these scores are based on the number of students who test who have an established English language proficiency target. Not all students have that target. For instance, kindergarten students are not going to have that target because they have no baseline, or students who are new to our district who have not been in the district long enough to establish. such a baseline would not be included in this calculation as well. This is lifted from a slide that was provided by the Department of Education, referring to dedicated and integrated language instruction. And this speaks to the different options that districts have when it comes to implementing an MLL model of instruction. There's two different options here, or two different models, if you will. The dedicated English language development, and this is where students would have a dedicated instructional period that would be focused on their language acquisition during a specific period of time that would be assigned during their regular school day. And that also is coupled with an integrated language and content instruction period, and this is where the supports would be in place within the classroom setting that MLL students would receive while going to class, while completing their work in a more integrated setting with their peers. Now, there are different options for LEAs depending on, again, circumstances, depending on incidence levels and so on and so forth, but there will be a requirement, and we've talked about this before, for at least some of our teachers to not only achieve the awareness training, but also go further than that and get the proficiency training. And that's something that we're going to be discussing at length, as we kind of finish this school year and also into next school year. For now, our first step is to look at the awareness training and have that completed for all of our staff. Okay, this has to do with an illustration of the expanding continuum to serve MLL students. Again, this is updated as part of the new regulations provided by the Department of Ed. These are expanded MLL readiness continuum, starting there at the awareness level, which is required for all other educators and school leaders, educators as well as administrators, to have an awareness level of readiness for MLL students. From there, it progresses to an MLL endorsement, which includes proficiency level readiness, a certification extension of integrated content MLL, or which is required for to be dedicated as an English language instructor, would be the ESOL or BDL certification, which has to do with our MLL certified staff. Okay, and then beyond that would be an MLL administrator certification, which is the furthest along. The MLL supports provided within the North Kingstown School Department includes 6 multilingual learner specialists that are within our district. The ELP plans are provided for every MLL student in the district and are followed and tracked. We have additional guidelines that are around access testing, which happened this year between January 6th of 2025 and February 14th of 2025. And finally, the RIDE ELSE cohort is part of our district strategic plan. It's something that we've worked with ELSF, which is English Language Success Forum. And it has to do with preparing, or how our teachers can prepare ML students for success on their annual access tests. So for professional development, all MLL specialists in North Kingstown completed access training and certification regarding the updated access tests. Also assessing biliteracy, understanding student performance when learning in 2 languages. They participated in the WIDA conference, which was virtual, and the Lexia English using data to inform instruction. And in this school year also, the MLL team meetings, which happen monthly, included professional development via webinars and virtual trainings that the teachers selected based on need. And if there are any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Great, thank you so much, Ms. Bissonati. Questions from the committee?
Thank you for that update. The asynchronous training that the teachers are going to be doing, what is the timeline for having that completed?
By end of school year next year.
By the end of the school year?
Correct.
Okay. Has RIDE actually officially published their updated regulations?
They have.
They have?
Yes.
Okay. And where are they on their website?
They are on their website.
Okay.
Yes, they're publicly available.
Okay.
Yeah.
Where are we in terms, we've had this conversation over the past couple of years, in terms of us reaching the state standard for the amount of services that we're providing our students? Have we hit those levels yet?
We have not.
Okay.
Yeah, we're kind of where we were before in terms of that, and I know we had some discussions around different options we can look at with that, but we currently are kind of in a holding pattern.
Okay, so that was going to be my next question. Is there a plan in place to move forward?
We looked at different options, and quite honestly, like the plan that we looked at, there are ways to do it, but in order to do it in a staffing neutral way, it would be done in my professional opinion in a way that would not necessarily be in the best interest of students and the best interest of student connection and belonging in schools and things of that nature. So I personally wouldn't favor that particular one. We can look at other ones. We definitely have to factor it into the budget to make sure that we are hitting the staffing levels we would need to provide that.
I didn't see, and I know I'm putting you on the spot with these, and I apologize. I didn't see any staffing suggestions put forward in the MLL area.
Yes.
Is this not? So I'm curious as to how high up on the priority list this is in terms of.
It is high. I mean, it is high up on the priority list, and I very much appreciate the question. I think that we're looking at the staffing we have now. The staff we have now, they do a wonderful job, and I think that the results we're seeing are reflective of that. And I think that also we're really working to build the capacity of our classroom teachers to really carry the weight with the MLL teachers and provide that robust instruction using best practices to serve their needs. That being said, we're always open to looking at how we can do better. We're always open to looking at how we can properly provide the kind of robust instruction that we need to provide. It didn't factor its way into the budget this year, but it's something that we definitely will keep an eye on moving forward, especially with the new regulations coming into place.
Okay. And I do appreciate the shift in the district's philosophy that it is the responsibility of the entire district and all of the staff, to service our multi-language learners. Like that is an important shift. So I do recognize that and appreciate that. And then just related, but unrelated or unrelated and related, where are we in terms of increasing our ability to provide documentation in our students' home languages?
Again, so we've moved forward on that. Again, we've worked very closely with our MLL teachers on that. They do a wonderful job. They've provided us with a lot of really good detailed information. I know ThrillShare is a wonderful tool that we use that allows us to translate communications into any language, and we have all the languages that have been reported on our home language report that are included in ThrillShare that can go to that communication. We're still kind of making sure we're trying to tie up those loose ends, and by that I mean like just maybe school-based communications or things coming directly from teachers or directly from administrators in some cases, are memos of some sort. We're still working on tying those up, but we know that we're definitely taking a good step forward in terms of making our more general mass-produced communications available in all the languages.
Okay, great, thank you.
All right.
Other questions from the committee?
Okay,
Thanks
thank
so much,
you.
Bob.
Yep.
Okay, moving on to the next agenda item. Superintendent report, Dr. Rico.
Thank you. First, I just want to mention that last week was Unified Spirit Week here for the district. The North Kingstown School Department proudly celebrated its second annual Unified Spirit Week across the district during the week of March 23rd, expanding this important initiative across all schools in the district. This year's celebration was especially meaningful as North Kingstown High School was recognized by Special Olympics International as a National Unified Champion School, honoring its commitment to inclusion, student leadership, and meaningful engagement for all learners. Unified Spirit Week featured themed spirit days that promoted unity and school pride, along with student-led presentations by our high school students to our elementary and middle school students, which focused on the importance of inclusion. Each school also embraced the week through its unique activities that reflected their individual school communities. And the week culminated at the high school with a highly spirited unified basketball game, bringing students together and reinforcing the message of inclusion and belonging. I also want to note and talk about the anti-vaping efforts that are happening right now in the district. The North Kingstown Youth Vaping Prevention efforts are being supported through the Health and Wellness Advisory Committee, and right now they're doing a poster contest. It's recognizing the importance of prevention. The district is focusing on elementary and middle school students to build greater awareness about the dangers of vaping and tobacco use before habits can form. Students have been actively engaged in hands-on and peer-driven activities At the middle schools, the anti-vaping poster contest is open to all 6th through 8th graders. The poster contest is about vaping, and during lunchtime they had a presentation about what is Innovate and trying to teach them about that so they stay away from these unhealthy products. One winning poster from each school will be selected with student artwork displayed throughout the district to amplify youth-led prevention messaging. At the elementary level, all 4th and 5th grade students participated in the Tar Wars presentation by Brown Health to help younger kids understand the dangers of tobacco and vaping before they transition to middle school. So together, these efforts share a common goal to reduce future vaping and tobacco use by equipping students with knowledge and empowering them to communicate with risks to their peers. I just want to thank our Health and Wellness Committee, who has been encouraging that throughout our district. Another effort moving forward at our elementary schools is the showing of Screenagers. It's the elementary edition. We are inviting all families to attend this. It's this Thursday from 7 to 8 at the high school. The film addresses the challenges elementary school age children, parents, and educators face in today's digital world, including early exposure to online content, social media pressures, device distractions in the classroom, moderating video game use and behavior, and rising sleep deprivation among youth. Screenagers Elementary School Age Edition is specifically tailored for younger parents of elementary school age kids, focusing on the unique challenges and development needs of younger children. Last week, in our update from the Department of Education on weekly attendance, one of our elementary schools, Stony Lane, was featured in there. For the week of March 16th, Stony Lane Elementary was noted for having 97.13% of a weekly attendance rate. That's almost at 100%. So I want to congratulate the school and the efforts of making sure that all students are attending school, and thank you to the families for supporting that as well. We are starting spring sports for athletics at the high school and middle school. Currently, we have over 400 high school students registered for athletics, and at the middle school level, we have about 300 students. That's a large percentage of our students are participating in sports this season. High school games, meets, and matches begin the week of March 30th, and middle school games and meets will begin the week of April 7th. High school unified basketball, the high school unified basketball team had a game last Thursday at the school, which I talked about earlier. They played against Exeter West Greenwich, and then they also had a second game against Exeter West Greenwich last week. So they're out there and they're highly motivated. And lastly, I want to give you an update on the child nutrition services with our recycling program. The North Kingstown School Department continues to make significant strides in its commitment to environmental stewardship and fiscal responsibility. And this provides an update on their recent achievements, ongoing data collection, and program expansion of the recycling program. First, I want to mention that our department was asked to present at the statewide conference on composting, and our child nutrition supervisor, along with our coordinator for the recycling program, presented at Rutland College on March 11th. The success of this program has successfully diverted 85,000 pounds of waste from the landfill. This milestone reflects the dedication of our staff and students to maintaining a sustainable campus environment. We also have been completing a dumpster utilization survey, and our building sustainable coordinators are currently engaged in a comprehensive 2-week dumpster survey. This initiative is designed to analyze current waste volume and disposal patterns to identify potential cost savings and efficiency improvements ahead of the summertime. And the high school program, we've started the recycling program at the elementary schools, the middle schools, and the high school program is about to launch. We're pleased to announce that the North Kingstown High School Recycling Program will be launching this week. This expansion ensures that our largest student population is now actively participating in the district's green initiatives. And lastly, For composting, the composting hauling contract is currently being prepared to go out for a formal bid, and this process will ensure the district continues to receive competitive pricing and high-quality services for our organic waste diversion. As far as next steps, data from the ongoing dumpster survey will be compiled and analyzed to inform the specifications for the hauling, for the RFP, knowing like what their needs will be, and we'll continue to monitor the implementation of the high school to ensure the program's long-term success. I want to thank our Child Nutrition Department for all of their hard work for that.
Great, thank you, Dr. Duba. Any questions from the committee? Ken, one question I did see from a community member about screenagers was that if they weren't able to attend on Thursday, would there be another opportunity for them to view it? Do you know?
I'd have to look into that. I don't know if we're going to have a recording or not,
Okay.
but I'll find out.
Okay, thank you.
I think it's a one-time thing, because it came out of the health bill almost.
Yeah.
You have to pay for it, so we
So
couldn't.
there's no recording?
Yeah, there's no recording that you could
Yeah.
send out.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Okay, hearing none, we'll move on to routine items. We're going to skip item A first, for now until we go back into executive later. Can I get anything that we need to exempt from the consent agenda? Okay, hearing none, can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, moving on to reports. We have some financial reports attached. Does the committee have any questions regarding those reports?
I did have a question. No, I didn't. Sorry. I had a question on the discussion item, but not on the reports. No,
No,
on
is there
the-
anything,
on the
is there anything,
discussion.
Leslie, you wanted to
Yeah.
point out or note?
I don't have anything specific. I know that there was a lot of information that I provided with these reports with regard to the fund balance, all the audited documents, plus our regular monthly information. There was a lot to take in, especially with the fiscal 26 document in these reports. So I guess for me, just if there was any questions from the committee, if anything seemed out of sorts based on different items that you remember being approved, but I went through all of our meetings and documented everything. So I'm confident, but I just wanted to make sure if there's anything that stood out, to please let me know so that I could go back and address it. But if nobody has any questions, I don't have anything specific.
I did have one question on the bank reconciliations.
Sure.
Usually when we get them, we get that cover sheet from you.
Yes. So my staff accountant is currently out on leave. And so I didn't want to mess with the system, but I wanted to make sure that you had them. Since we had a couple of months with the budget meetings, we didn't have our normal reports. So I gave you the meat of things. I just wanted to verify with her before I provided it out for the public. So she'll be back on the 13th. I'll
Okay.
have her review it, and then I will amend that document to put the cover page on it.
Do you know, and it's okay if you don't, if the interest is tracking where it has been?
It is
Okay, that
tracking.
was the one thing that I was looking for.
So what I can do, Andrew, if this is allowed, so that document that we create there, that's like public facing, but I have the regular, it's an overview of all of the banks, like does month to month what you've already had. I can provide that to
As
you,
long as
so you
that-
can see.
As long as it's trending in the same direction, then
Mhm.
I just wanted to
Mhm.
see that, and we can wait till, as far as I'm concerned, we can wait till your person is back and
Okay.
and provide the regular report.
Ew, you were going to ask about that.
Okay.
I have some questions on the check registers.
Oh, sure.
Is that
That's the
okay?
one- yeah, absolutely. It's just the one document I did not print out because it's so long, but I'll do my best to answer.
Okay, yeah, I mean, just a couple of things I'm just trying to get clarification on. So our core shifts, is that,
I'm sorry, what is it?
core shifts?
Core shift.
So that's the vision of a learner.
Okay.
Contract,
Thank you.
was that how are we paying for that? Is that a one-time payment? Is that separate?
Can I get back to you on that one? I just
Yeah.
want to make sure I tell you the right thing. I can go back and I can look at a history of how we've been doing that payment.
Yeah, and you might have to do this with all of these. I'm not sure, but
Okay.
so for instance, Roger Williams University, $7,000 on December 15th.
So I believe, and again, I'll double check all of these, but I believe that was we have teachers who have a certification program that go through our CTE, and that the classes can happen in a number of different places, and I believe that is one of the the payments, that we then, it's part of a grant through Perkins, so we will get reimbursed for that.
West Warwick School Department.
So that's going to be payment for students that are attending their CTE programs.
Okay. Center for Psychology and Learning.
Sure, that's Dr. Oswicki, so she performs all of our evaluations for special services.
Okay, and
those are billed as, as the services are rendered, we'll get different invoices throughout the month
okay.
for that.
And that's it, because I got answers on the other ones. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Leslie, just while we're on the there, can you clarify what the Amazon Capital Services is? There's like a bunch of them, and some of them are quite high.
So Amazon Capital Services is our Amazon account. So
Yep.
that is, the majority of that are our standard supplies and materials that we offer out. So we have like it's like a business account that we have through Amazon so that we get significantly more competitive pricing. It's part of like a collaborative so that we can get like reduced rates on different things. And we spend a lot on Amazon throughout the district. I mean, we purchase things at all of the schools, central admin.
We get some clarification on those big one-times, so like 11-3, $14,000, and 217, $11,000, just because those are higher than the threshold. So if you get, I know they're broken down, but they're still that number.
Sure, absolutely. So what I can say is that those are multiple invoices. So Amazon comes in on like a rolling basis. So
Yep.
every single order has its own separate invoice. So when our accounts payable clerk will do that, he might have multiple sets of how he does that invoice. So that $14,000 or that $11,000 is probably a collection of a whole bunch of different orders that came in like over a period of time.
Why would it be on one date, though?
It's that date is the date that he posts. So if he's paying 25 Amazon
Yep.
invoices on that particular pay date, it's going to roll into one check for Amazon. So it'll go into one ACH to Amazon. So if we're looking at the 3rd, the 13th, those are all different accounts payable runs. And they're all, so they could be 2 invoices, they could be 25 invoices in each of those numbers. So that's just how many invoices he paid in that particular check run. But I can pull each one and I can say this is 14 invoices for a total amount of $14,000.
That's good enough for me. I just wanted to, when you see that big of a number on one date, just having some explanation and transparency about it, I think helps. Any other questions regarding the check registry? I'm sorry, I have one more. The one that actually Megan had pointed out, for the evaluations with the
Center for Psychological.
Yeah, is any of that offset by anything else like Medicaid, et cetera? Or are we paying straight for all of those numbers?
So some of the evaluation services are offset because it is written into some grants. I don't know about Medicaid, but
that was a bad example, but I was just wondering if any of that money was offset or reimbursed through grants, et cetera.
I believe a small amount. So this is going to look significantly more than it has in the past, just because for the last few years, a lot of this was covered through ESSER. A lot of this was in ESSER. So we're seeing it more and more, and these numbers are probably higher than you're used to seeing for that particular thing here, because this is the first fiscal year where the entirety of those payments are being, like, they're not being covered there in the operating fund. But I will certainly check to see if there's any offset to any grants.
Thank you. Okay, anything else? Okay. Anything else on any of the other financial reports? Thank you for providing those, and then just whenever possible, get that cover page and then just have it uploaded into the thing and let us know. Thank you. Okay, moving on to the advisory subcommittee reports. Policy?
The Policy Advisory Committee last met on March 23rd. We continued discussions on the proposed revisions to the district's appeal policy that we had started in December, as well as the proposed new policy on student surveys. We hope to finalize the work on those 2 policies at our next meeting, which is scheduled for Monday, April 13th. As a reminder, all Policy Advisory Committee meetings and all Advisory Committee meetings in general are taped and are available for viewing on the district website.
Okay, any questions for policy? DEI?
The DEI subcommittee last met on March 18th. We discussed the departure of Allie Nasenzi, the Equity, Belonging, and Community Engagement Coordinator, and the good work she'd done in her time with the district. We reviewed the recommendations from February 2025 from the Temporary Advisory Committee on District Discipline, along with a reminder of why that group had been formed in the first place. We finished our review of the district student conduct policy, as well as the assistant superintendent's proposed revisions, with particular focus paid to the recommendations in the equity audit. The committee compiled a summary of our notes into a letter that was sent to the assistant superintendent. Our next meeting is scheduled for Wednesday, April 15th.
Okay, thank you. So for CLAC, any questions for that one? Sorry. Okay, so for CLAC met on March 26th. And they had first a presentation by one of their student members giving them an update on the information that Dr. Duba shared about unified sports, and did a very nice presentation on kind of what that meant to her and the fun that they had that week at the high school. And then we moved into their guest speaker. They had a presentation from the state-run program that offers facilitated IEPs and 504s to district families. And so in that presentation, if folks are interested in learning more about that program, I highly recommend them watch the CLAC tape because they did a very nice presentation about what that means. But basically they educated CLAC about this option of facilitated IEPs and 504s can be very helpful in trying to come to a resolution before going to mediation, et cetera. And so it's a really great option to have a third party come in and work with both the district and families in trying to work through conversations concerning IEPs and 504. It's a free service to the district and can be either initiated by families or by the district to try to help resolve conversations around those areas. They provided a lot of great information to CLAC, and the CLAC members were able to ask some questions regarding the program as well as like just the practicality and how they would access the services, et cetera. That took up the majority of their meeting. They got a quick update from the Director of Student Services, and then their time was up. So that is the CLAC report. Any questions? Okay, if not, moving on to health and wellness.
We met on Thursday, March 19th. First, we discussed the wellness policy assessments that were almost complete, and we will have the final review at the next meeting before it is presented to the school committee. And I know Dr. Duver already recapped some of this, but the anti-vaping poster contest, which the Health and Wellness Subcommittee had been talking about for a while, finally was launched. Wickford Middle School was on Wednesday, March 11th, and Davisville Middle School was on Thursday, March 19th. The flyer that we used was created by the students at NK High School. There was a display of what is in a vape, and items were donated by one of the Health and Wellness members. And Miss G. Smith, the 7th grade science teacher at DMS, secured a shark in formaldehyde that went over really well with all the kids and getting them to the table. And then Stephanie McGarity, the student assistant counselor at Wickford, and then Christine Faranick, the student assistant counselor at Davisville, helped execute the contest at each school. And as Dr. Duver said, a winner from each school will be selected, and the plan is to have these posters put up in the schools. And so we'll share more information once we get that decided. And then I was at both schools and was impressed by the student interest in just about what is in a vape and coming up and actually having conversations with the kids with each other, which was really great. And then the next thing was the Tar Wars presentation. Victoria Lugo from the Brown University Health. It took place in March at all the elementary schools for the 4th and 5th grade students. I attended the 4th grade presentation at Forest Park, and it was really impressive how much the kids got into it and really had an opinion and enjoyed learning it. And the nurses at Hamilton and Stony Lane are on the Health and Wellness Committee, and they provided me with feedback that the presentations at their school went well. Also, Victoria has done this at schools across the state. However, she said North Kingstown was the first district where all the elementary schools participated. So I wanted to thank Diane Sherman, the 5th grade teacher at Hamilton, because she is the one who actually brought this idea to the Health and Wellness and we kind of said, let's do it at all the schools. And then I'm proud to announce that the anti-vaping initiative in our district will be featured in the April newsletter of the Rhode Island Healthy School Coalition. The collaboration with the Health and Wellness Advisory Subcommittee, administration, teachers, staff, and students was remarkable on getting this all taken off. And then as Dr. Duva had talked about, the Screenagers is going to be at the high school on Thursday, April 2nd at 7 o'clock. And then our next meeting is Wednesday, May 13th at 4:30 p.m.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the committee? Okay, moving on to unfinished business. Can I get a motion for the first item?
Make a motion to discuss.
Second.
Okay, Dr. Duba?
So tonight, we have Mark McCarthy from Perkins Eastman here. He's going to go over, he's going to provide some information, those questions on the cost estimates of the new Whitford Middle School, and from the starting point of the proposals to where we are now, of how those costs changed and what went into that. So he put a few slides together to go through that timeline and to explain that. And then if there are any questions, you can ask him any questions regarding what he's presenting.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
Hi. I'll try to break this down. I know there was a lot of questions. If we go to the next slide. In particular, I think the focus was on from May of 2025 to September of 2025. And at that point, how did we go from having a budget that had no alternates, had everything in, right, had net zero, had the fields, and to the fall when we had to look at a scenario where those are alternates, and many of those alternates are still alternates that we're carrying. So I want to first just talk a little bit about the differences there. So in the spring, in May of 2025, so last year, it was a bit different team. We had different cost estimators at that time. We also did not have engineering drawings, so it was a smaller set of drawings, less information that estimate was based on, as opposed to over the summer of last year. We were then, once we were approved to go forward, brought on engineers. A lot of work went in over the summer in terms of how much more drawings and how much more information was part of the September 15th estimate as opposed to in May. I will point out, as I know Dr. Duva had asked me about, you'll see a little bit of variance in the square footage. Just a note about that. This is a RIDE submission, so the way RIDE asks us to submit on square footage is the program times a grossing factor. So grossing factor is corridors and other things that go into the building that aren't part of the classrooms and offices and so forth. So our drawings are a little bit different. The cost estimate is based on our drawings, and the cost estimate is not necessarily based on square footage. It's based on the details that we give them. So there's while you'll see that sometimes the number changes in square footage, as opposed, for example, in September we're at 77,500 square feet. In this past January, the building, according to that calculation, came out at 78,000, but the cost didn't change because they're basing that on the drawings and the details there, not purely on a square foot per dollar kind of equation. Okay, if we go to the next slide. So I think the real question was, how did it change from May till September? And when we did an analysis, and again, these are two different cost estimates, so they had different, each cost estimator does it a little bit different, but we tried to break it down so in these bigger categories where we saw the biggest difference in cost. One was in structural, so the actual, the columns and floor slabs and so forth actually increased about $4 million from May till September. The exterior enclosure, so that's everything that goes to wrapping the building, not just what the brick and so forth, but insulation, the structure, the glazing, everything that goes into that actually went up $4.9 million. The roof itself went up $1.8 million. And there's a few other things that about $60,000 in increases that differ, the difference between the spring and the fall. So that actually came out to about $10.9 million in hard costs. So that's the material cost to actually make the building, the materials, the labor to build the building, and the equipment. Contingency, the design contingency, so that's what we carry through the design. So the closer we get to finish, the lower the contingency goes. So as we're going from the spring to the fall, while the cost was going up, the contingency comes down a little bit. So that 10.9 comes down a couple of $1 million, and we have a cost increase of about $8.7 million on just the hard costs. Go to the next slide. On top of that, there's soft costs. Soft costs are the fees, permits, the escalation. These are all percentages, so they're not line items. They're percentages based on the cost of the hard cost. So as the hard cost goes up, the soft cost goes up as well. The soft cost went up about $4.5 million. So between those two, we had a cost difference of $13.2 million. So we needed to look, because when we submit to RIDE, we need to be on budget. So we then needed to look at alternates as a way of offsetting that cost increase. And that's where we started to look at the net zero at 5.6, the fields, and in this case I'm combining the multi-purpose field in baseball with the renovations to the softball field at about $3 million. The cost of the generator, theater equipment, and a few other alternates, which we're still carrying today, at about $10 million. If we go to the next slide, sorry, if I can go back to these things. So if you look at the May 7th estimate of about $68.9 million, and then in September at 72.4, that's about a $3 million, $3.5 million difference. If you look at our strategy, the cost, the hard and soft costs went up 13. We found alternates of about $10 million. That aligns with how the cost changed, about $3 million. So I know that's a lot, and I hope that helps to kind of explain how we went from those different estimates.
So thank you.
Yeah.
This is the first time, I don't know when this got uploaded, but it's the first time I'm seeing it.
Okay.
Can you go back to the, one more? Yeah, okay. So can you just walk me through this at a very basic level? So structural, you said there was a different cost estimator, and that's what you're attributing this to. So explain to me how that works. A cost estimator would sit down and they would say initially that we anticipate that it's going to cost X, right? And,
Right.
and they would assign a cost to each piece of that by doing what?
So-
Like, what is the difference in that $4 million? Is it how they measured it? Is how they costed it? Like, what is the difference between the two?
And my understanding of the way the cost estimator works. So so we didn't have engineering drawings in May. So we don't have structural drawings. We don't have mechanical drawings at that point. What they then do when there isn't drawings to rely on, they go by historical data. What did that similar building cost down the street recently? Maybe they escalated a little bit because maybe that was a year ago. But so they're looking at similar buildings and what they're coming out of, because they don't have an engineer's drawing to say this much concrete, this much steel, as opposed to in the fall, we did have engineering drawings. So now instead of using generalized data, they have specifics. So I think that's where you start to get the number going up. It's also why contingency goes down, because they have better information. Similarly, we had, the building didn't change, by the way. It wasn't that we added something to the building or increased complexity or something like that. Similarly, I think with exterior, so they just have a simple elevation of the drawing. Here's what the face of the building looks like, as opposed to in the fall, they'll now have what is actually that wall made up of.
Isn't it typical that costing is done without engineering drawings up until a certain point?
Yeah, it is typical.
So is it typical that there's this much of a swing when that changes?
No, I think we were surprised by that it was this much of a swing. Yeah.
So if it's not the engineering drawing that accounts for it, what is the difference? Like what if I'm hearing you correctly?
Right.
It is typical to not do the costing off of an engineering drawing, but it is atypical to have it be this much of a difference between the two.
It is,
to
it's,
get
yeah,
this.
we were surprised as well that it went up that much. I can't really speak, I mean, our relationship with the cost estimate is to make sure that that the quantities are correct and that they're reading the drawing correctly. What they're telling us is, they go then to subcontractors and get their information. So I don't know exactly why that, went up so significantly.
So we don't have any sense of what is the difference in this project compared to a similar project and why there would be such a difference? Because obviously I know there would, to Jen's point, like sometimes there's some change and sometimes things have to go on the alt list or they come off, et cetera.
Right.
I think what we're trying to figure out is how, in this particular case, the things didn't align, but in other projects, for other schools, other buildings that are built, it is not usually this big of a differential. And that is something that I still don't understand.
Yeah, I'm not sure that I can speak to that in
Yeah.
detail and why exactly,
Yeah.
The cost of.
Do we know who might be able
brick.
to?
I can look at that, again, it was different cost estimators, so, we work with both of them, they're reputable cost estimators. We can look at some historical data to see if that really panned out, that kind of, that increased in cost over, those months. I mean, since then, we have, we do have a construction management firm on board. They've also corroborated this cost, so they're coming in at the same, or, we've leveled those things, so we have a lot more information. But going back to, why it was so low in May, that I'd have to look into.
Thank you.
And,
Other
and
questions?
and this is just, it wasn't just that it was so low in May, it was that price it was at that point for the entire scope of the project.
Right.
And then it jumped, so it didn't dip, like that had been the number
Right.
from inception pretty much in that same ballpark, so,
Mm-hmm.
okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Did you do anything?
I don't have
Okay. Okay, thank you.
anything. Thank you.
Okay, moving on to the next item, can I
Can I make a motion to move up new business? I think it's E. Yeah, new business E, please.
Okay, all those in favor of moving new business E, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Can I get a motion for E, please?
I'll make a motion to discuss.
Second.
Okay.
So,
Okay, go ahead.
okay, so I asked for this to be on the agenda because I thought it was important that we address this from a school standpoint. I know that there was lots of discussion last night from the town and the state level, and I just want to thank Vanessa for raising this up to everybody's attention. But I thought, we as the school department, the school committee have a finite piece of it, but I thought it was important for us to address it from the piece that we have, which is from the viewpoint of student health and wellness. So I kind of took what the town was doing and just thought that we could discuss doing something similar. Things are a little bit different after the meeting last night because I gathered the lease was drafted but not signed, so the language at the end of this is not like 100%, on point. But I think from my standpoint, we have a responsibility to the students in this district to ensure that they are going to school and the staff in this district that they are, going to work in a building that is in a healthy place, and everything that we do in this district is about health and wellness, and to have them in a facility that is that close to a dangerous, potentially dangerous, facility is contrary to everything that we do. So I'm putting this out there for discussion.
So I agree with that. I would actually like to recommend that at another meeting when we can get this on the agenda for a different discussion, because I know this is just particular to the resolution. I'd like to take it even further than just a resolution, because especially being on the building advisory committee, when we're talking about new buildings and how we're designing our buildings and how we're updating our buildings. I'm sure that we have all this stuff in mind, but given that now we know what's being built in the area or proposed to be built in the area, I think that it would be great if we could collaborate with the town. I feel like I've asked for that before. I think we have to have a lot more collaboration with the town when it comes to infrastructure and schools and new buildings and enrollment projections and zoning and all that stuff. And I would love to see the town and the school come together, whether they be liaisons at our meeting, that word's going around a lot, or we just form some other committee or something. I just feel as if this is a great start, but we can take it even further as far as our buildings go. If there are going to be air issues, talking more about what kind of ventilation we need. But I think we also need to know exactly what's happening in our town and what's going to be built, what's projected to be built, what's being proposed. And I do think that's where the town comes in to let us know, whether it's directly with you, Dr. Duva, the town manager, and you, or the town council, and somebody, Aaron, as the school committee chair. I just think that there are so many different directions we can take with this from our end to protect our buildings and everybody who passes through them, because it's the children, it's the staff, but it's, the kids playing sports, as the DMS middle schooler said last night, and it's really anybody who is in our property and in that area for extended periods of time. So, this is good to put forward, and I think that another, healthier discussion on this is definitely warranted.
Okay. Other comments on the proposed resolution? So one thing that, and I don't know where, because of the way that it's on here, one thing that I learned last night at the town council special meeting was also about, and this doesn't address it, the asphalt plant and the proximity to the schools. And I also know we received an email from a teacher as well regarding that particular piece. Andrew, I don't know, because of the way that we listed on the agenda, if we can include that in this resolution, or if that would be something that we would have to wait and perhaps issue on the 7th, right?
I'd probably issue on the 7th.
Yeah, all right, so this one, I would still recommend, just because of timeliness, maybe moving forward with this one, especially because of the time sensitive of the conversation and the fact that it seems like they have not signed a lease and that there's some action happening. But also I do think it's important to address that other piece as well about air quality close to DA and Stoney and Davisville Middle School. So I would propose that we put that on for a future meeting. And then also, Megan, I heard you on the putting some conversation in future as well. So as far as this resolution,
and I feel to your point that, Rob, wasn't there something that we discussed, it was a while ago, about, and I don't know what we did with it, but, and I think it more related to attendance boundaries and things like that, about being asked to be notified, when there was a new housing development going in. So I think that ties to your point in a similar way.
Well, because everything ties into that. You've got transportation, roads, infrastructure.
So we do get notified, and so anytime there's new housing developments or developments that are coming into town, we do get notified of that. Michelle gets asked to attend the meeting about transportation. So
would that be something we'd want to include in the resolution of whereas we the North Kingstown School Department should be notified of residential or commercial.
I think you're talking in addition to residential, right?
Yeah,
residential
commercial.
We do, and then
I think that.
But is that something that we want to include in the resolution about being aware of commercial impacts
Well,
on schools?
I'm gonna ask. So I'm gonna go even back further a step, and I don't know if it's too much sticking our noses into things. But for instance, is there any way that we could become partners with the town when they talk about zoning and the planning commission and the planning board? And I don't know how it operates, all the nitty-gritty details now. But I think that to include the school district, on if they're going to say, we're going to allow a whole bunch of new houses, which would bring in a bunch of children, and just to let us know so that we are aware that, okay, now we have to project our enrollment and, do enrollment projections, and, we've run into redistricting and transportation issues.
We can definitely put that on for a future agenda. I think for the resolution piece, is there anything in that context of this conversation that we want to add to the resolution, and then we can put that on as a future agenda topic.
Yeah, I was going to say, why, because the there's school committee liaisons to the audit committee
Right.
and things like that. So,
Yep,
like, I
so
think that's a
noted.
good topic
Yeah,
for discussion.
yeah, totally good topic.
But we can't vote on this tonight, correct? Because it was within the, per our policy, it's within like
Yeah, I saw
7
that
days.
citizens comment. We can do two things.
I think you can vote on it tonight.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with you voting on it tonight. But if you
Yeah.
want, if you want to,
And I'm not trying to be a stickler. It's
Yeah,
just
no,
that that's
you
what
can
our
also-
I know
policy
I
You
saw,
can also
I saw the, I saw the
rules.
request and I took
Yeah.
a look at it. I appreciate it. I don't necessarily agree with it. But with that
Wait, what
said,
request? Sorry.
A
there was
citizen had emailed the
citizen
school
request
committee
saying the
requesting
same
it.
thing about a policy. I just got it a
Oh.
few minutes ago. But yeah, I just respectfully don't agree with that position.
Okay.
I think you can vote on it. But if you want to hold it to the next meeting and do this combined with the
I
asphalt
prefer
and the
to
other.
do this one.
Yeah,
I
I think
think
we should do this.
The question
fine.
was,
I don't
I think
mind.
the
I just
question
want
was
to
about the timeliness with the agenda because this topic came up sooner than the stated BCA. But if you really wanted to, you could suspend. The school committee could vote to suspend that rule and then vote on it if we really wanted to be cautious.
Yeah, it's not a rule though. It's a policy. Yeah, I
You could
think you can vote on it as
policy
is.
if you wanted to.
You
but-
can.
I think there have been several times that there are time-sensitive things that have come up
Yeah.
prior to, like.
Yeah. And maybe that's something that we want to look at as far as the agenda.
Yeah,
like,
I will say in fairness to the person who made the comment, I think that policy could use
Yeah.
a little clarification. I
Yeah.
do.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but it's your opinion that we can vote on
It is
this
absolutely my
evening.
opinion.
So, are we gonna change the piece on the lease?
I do
Yeah, we
think
should
that
amend
would-
that
Yeah,
most certainly, but I'd
yeah.
also be curious if there's anything else that the school committee wanted to add or tweak. Like this is a draft, so we do have opportunity to, in addition to correcting that one piece that we learned more information about last night at the town council meeting, the committee can also edit this as such.
Would we want to add anything? Because like this past year, the Davisville soccer team, the boys and girls team, played right at the field, like in the Quonset development. So do you know what I mean? Like it's not even like our building is near there. Like our kids were actually playing a sport.
Yeah, we could say
There's
something.
a field there. That's-
No, I know. So
Yeah,
the
but
field
you could
that
say
every and
something-
other places probably used to outside.
Yeah, so you could say whereas,
And I don't know if that would be more impactful too. That like it's not like we're just near the
Whereas
property.
sports
Like
facility.
there are kids actually.
yeah, I do think though too, thinking about, and I don't disagree with you, but thinking about the scope of the school committee too, like in the conversation, and I think specifically our particular charge is overseeing the well-being and safety of students in the schools. Like obviously we care about kids playing recreation sports and things
No, but it was
too.
Davisville. They were playing out there.
Yeah, but didn't
So
we
there are
mention-
kids playing.
Didn't we mention playing outside though, or is that I only have to read it.
Yeah, I mean, we were actually playing. It wasn't our field. We were
Yeah.
using. I don't know how that.
I hear what you're
town's
saying.
field,
Yeah,
or I'm not even sure what those fields are.
like
Field
where they
back
play.
Like the Quonset fields back by the bike.
Yes, but this
Yeah.
year the Davisville
Okay, so
soccer
let's see
teams
where we
played
could-
there.
Right, so
That
every
was
now and
their
then
home field.
Oh,
our
that's
teams
their
do
home
play
field.
back there.
Well,
Yeah.
it wasn't
Alright,
before,
we're
but it was
gonna
now.
add-
Yeah, this year it changed.
Oh, and there was.
I'm looking to see where we can add it.
Yeah, prior
Alright.
to this year we did.
Alright, so in opposition of the proposed sewage sludge disposal facility near district schools, whereas the North Kingstown School Committee is charged with ensuring the safe, healthy, and equitable learning environment for all students and staff, and prioritizing students' health, safety. It would probably go after the
I
whereas
don't know.
2 miles of the school, and then put out, like something about whereas, students like North Kingstown
And
students.
and athletic facilities or something like
Use. Yeah.
that. What's something that's near there?
Are you looking for the name of that field?
Mhm.
It has
Oh,
Yeah.
Wide World. Check out my name.
Yeah, but I think it's called. Is it the Quonset field?
students in
Okay, it's within 3 miles. That's what I was trying to.
department
And see that line where it
participate,
says within 2 miles.
utilize
And within 3 miles.
fields.
2 miles. And within, yeah.
What about something like,
Yeah.
whereas students of North Kingstown regularly utilize athletic fields located within the Quonset Business Park for school-sponsored activities and athletics, something like that.
Is it
I could include-
regularly used?
Whereas students in the however, you don't have to do that in K-Bar. Whereas students regularly utilize athletic fields located within the Quonset Business Park for school-sponsored athletics. Does that get what you were saying, Sherry?
Yeah. Oh, they call it the Quonset Park Fields.
Other thoughts on additions, edits to the resolution?
I think for tonight and for these purposes, this is a good start.
And then, like I said, I do think we should put a different one on, specifically addressing the concerns regarding the asphalt plant and the proximity to the schools as well. But because of the way it's written, we can't.
Can that go on next week?
Yeah, we can put it on for the 7th.
Right.
Okay, so I'm gonna add an ad in the paragraph about the distances between the schools. I'm gonna add a paragraph that says, whereas students of North Kingstown regularly, is that right? Students of North Kingstown regularly utilize athletic fields located within the Quonset Business Park for school-sponsored athletics. I'm gonna add that after the location. And then in the last paragraph, or in the paragraph about the lease, I'm gonna say the school committee respectfully requests that QDC, instead of rescind its existing ground lease.
Like does not sign.
Does not sign? Is that?
It's not the most eloquent sentence I would have written, but yeah, the school committee respectfully requests the school DC. I'm trying to think of what they changed theirs to last night.
What was the wording that they said last night?
It was theirs was worded different, but
The QDC.
like
Does not execute the.
yeah.
Halt any.
Change tonight.
What?
When I was out, something popped up tonight that there was a rescinding from QDC. That's why I don't.
No matter what, we don't want them to sign a lease with this company.
Okay.
So I think it doesn't.
Doesn't matter what they say.
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
yeah. Like I think we are just reaffirming that.
Yeah.
Even if the QDC's doing something different, we want it on record
That we
that
don't want
we
them
would like
to.
them to
Okay.
not
What
proceed
about
with the lease.
either
Yeah.
declines to sign the lease or refuses to sign the lease?
Well, we would be presenting the lease. The QDC
So that's-
presents the lease, so it would be like
They decline.
Request that QDC.
not
I was just trying to
Not
find a better
lease.
way to say it.
like not lease
Do
to.
not extend the lease.
Yeah, do not extend a lease to.
Does not.
Yeah, that's
Or
that's-
do not proceed with a lease to
Andrew,
something.
what's the lawyer rate?
So if I understand correctly, so the question is whether they gave a lease or
No,
not,
we
so it's
know.
either
So
rescind.
it seemed like the town council last night clarified that no lease had been signed yet,
Like they presented
Oh,
one,
okay,
but
so
it
they
hadn't been
requested the
signed.
QDC,
which was
rescind
different
its-
information than they had originally had.
Have they offered the lease, do we know?
It seems like it.
It seemed like it, but
Yes.
it hadn't been
I'm
signed.
calling for-
Yeah, I mean, well, that's what,
Yeah.
rescind the offered existing ground lease,
Hmm.
if in fact it's been offered.
What's a more like umbrella way that you could say that?
Execute a lease.
Yeah, something like that.
They're saying QDC will not execute a lease.
Yeah,
at
but
this
Yeah.
QDC,
time.
do not
yes,
execute a
decline,
lease.
We want
decline
ever.
to execute a lease. That way, whether they've given it or not given it, doesn't really matter. We don't want you to sign it regardless.
Decline
We don't want at least
to
Execute
Yep.
a lease
Execute the ground lease. Yep.
in perpetuity.
Okay.
Okay. Any other edits to this?
So I'm changing it to respectfully request that QDC decline to execute a lease with QSS Biosolids, blah, blah, blah.
Okay. So we would be, if we wanted to, we'd be making a motion to pass the resolution with edits as like discussed in this meeting, and then do we? Where would we want this resolution sent to? I just want clarification on
Is it
that.
at the bottom?
Yeah, it's at the bottom.
Oh,
To the
kidding.
town council, DEM, DOH,
Oh, I see,
the
thank you.
governor, and
Yep.
the general assembly.
Is that everywhere? Town council. Does the town manager sit on the town council in theory?
No.
So do you
But
want
I mean,
to-
I think we could send it to the town as well.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like
Yeah.
add like North Kingston Town Council.
You mean the town
Town
manager?
manager.
to the-
Town
Are
manager.
we sending it to the QDC board?
Let's see.
Yes.
I don't see that.
Yeah, I don't see it on there either.
Okay, so North Kingstown town manager.
Yeah, we need to add the QDC board.
Yeah, the QDC.
There's the ones.
Any other
that we want.
suggestions? If I'm gonna sign it from you all? Huh?
So I just agree with
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
To the board of directors?
Yeah, oh, yeah, whatever they're called.
Okay.
Yeah, Quonset Development Corporation Board of Directors.
Okay, so I'm adding QDC board of directors and the town manager.
Indeed. Okay.
Oh, third, just since this is official, I'm assuming this is going to be an official document. Third whereas,
Yes.
very last word and, the semicolon. Take out that space.
Oh, yeah.
Do we also want to send it to the General Assembly members for Jamestown and East Greenwich?
Yes. I think we should always, start to include them.
Well, they were particularly involved in this one, I think, because
Yeah.
of
General Assembly referencing
Oh.
Kingstown.
Also, shouldn't we send it to our Jamestown School Committee liaison? He just had stuff.
Yeah.
Josh.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of how. Technically, he's
Yeah.
technically a sitting member. Like, he's a non-voting member of the school committee. So in theory, he would receive the correspondence, but we could note it as well if we wanted to say Jamestown School Committee. All right. Anything else on this one?
Am I adding Jamestown School Committee? I'm gonna seal it.
I would.
Well, yeah, because
Yes.
didn't you say that East Greenwich?
No, we said General Assembly.
We said General Assembly. I think Jamestown will get it because Josh will get a copy of it. So I don't. It's up to you all.
I would send it to the school committee, Jamestown School Committee.
Jamestown School
I would
Committee.
include them in saying, because then they can do a similar resolution.
Yeah.
Especially that they're connected.
Would you
Okay, so
all-
what about East Greenwich?
I know. Would you almost want?
Just
I know
'cause
it
they're
sounds
on the
crazy,
ones
but
above.
because DMS switched that to their home field, all the teams they play technically would be coming to that field.
I don't think a copy
Yeah.
of this needs to go to
Everyone-
everybody
okay.
in the.
Well, maybe if you go.
Yeah.
Just Jamestown, East Greenwich.
Okay.
All right. So we would need a motion to approve with the.
Changes.
Yeah.
So moved.
Okay. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion? Okay. Hearing none, we'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Moving back to youth budget. Yeah. Can I get a motion for item B?
Make a motion to discuss.
Second.
Okay.
So this particular item, there was a memo that you all received. This was fairly straightforward. This was discussed during our budget workshops. So this particular item is just in reference to what was discussed to remove from the operating budget for fiscal 27 and as one-time purchases and offset with fund balance. So I've listed the items that were discussed at the meeting. So these were the recommendations that were made. What each of the areas are that they would be coming out of and what the total allocation would be. So just know that none of this is obviously represented in our fund balance document. These would be assignments that would go in once approved. And even though they're not there for fiscal 27, I would put those assignments in as soon as they're approved so that we know kind of where our balance, that these are reserved, so to speak, for
Earmarked.
fiscal 27. Earmarked, correct.
Any questions regarding this?
I did have a question, but now I'm trying to decide if I still have a question. So, from the fiscal year 2026 fund balance
Mhm.
that was attached,
Mm-hmm.
so are we allocating the things on this memo from the unassigned balance at the bottom into this category? Or assigning them from like the bucket up here into, you know what I'm talking about, right? Yeah.
Yes, so it would be the second.
Okay.
So because there are several items that we haven't got to yet about assignment of funds for different things, that's why none of this has been done. What the hope would be is that these items would become reserved for dollars that are already assigned as open-ended, say, technology capital. So based on things to come, this technology capital of 385 wouldn't necessarily have to now be assigned fully from that unassigned fund balance. We may be able to say we've got $462 that is reserved and earmarked for technology capital, provided that items that have already been reserved are covered in that.
whatever that balance is, that 385 could come from that. So it's a possibility that we could have $10,000 of unassigned fund balance have to be added to technology capital line to cover all of those items, not that this full 566 would be a reduction of the unassigned.
Okay.
Is that
Yes.
clear?
That answers my question. Thank you.
Okay?
All right. Are we gonna go through, do you wanna go through all of them and then, or do we wanna approve things as, do we have to approve things?
Andrew, does this have to be approved separately since it's from a different account from the other
You probably should
items?
approve them separately, just in case.
Yeah.
Yep.
Is that, what I was saying is, do we wanna talk about everything and then go back and do the approvals, or do we wanna approve, like, are there any friends? You know what I mean? Like, if things, would this change based on possible conversations that are happening later?
So, I don't think it will change because it's just the only thing that's going to change is kind of how I do it on our worksheet. But the overall decision is whether or not the school committee agrees to this number. How it all kind of pans out in the totals, I think, is different. But I will leave that up to you to decide.
We actually already approved these as part of the budget process when we approved the enterprise budgets, because these all came out of the, I mean, when we approved the, right, because these are coming from, did we already approve these?
So they are approved.
Yeah.
This,
This
I
is just a
wanted to
memo.
present this
Yes.
as a memo to say, are we in agreement? Because then I will make these reservations
Yes.
on the fund balances. Because the budget is not finalized and there's still work that's obviously going to have to be done with the budget, I thought it was important to say, no matter where we are, these items will be, in fact, as part of that budget approval, the first round, these will come out of fund
Yes.
balance. Because then I can do what I have to do with these and not have to worry about them.
Okay. So do we need to vote on it, or no?
I don't think so. Weren't you just
I
telling
mean,
us?
you're saying you want a clarification, is this for a point of clarification, or are you looking for final approval? That's what
I would like final approval since the budget isn't finalized, because then that will allow me to make these
Okay,
assignments.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Wait, hold on one second, sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any world where we would have to change this based on the future budget conversations with the town appropriation changing and different things like that? Are we premature on this a little bit? Like ideally, no, but in
Ideally, no.
practicality-
But if based on future budget conversations, we do have to assign additional items to fund balance, then yes, there would be
We'd have to come back. and
additions
redo
to this. I don't anticipate there being any reductions to this.
it. Yep, I
from
was just
these
saying,
items.
like,
Yeah, I see what
there
you're
might
saying.
be
Okay.
additions, so.
Yeah.
And we can always go back to it if we want.
Well, I mean, you can take it under advisement at this point in time and
Yeah.
wait until you get closer to the end of the process. Because it sounds like they're,
If you want to do it now, then.
yeah.
Well,
But just, this money's already allocated, you're just assigning the funds.
it's not. So in any of the documents you have, these dollars are not represented
Okay.
on there
That's
in
the problem.
any way.
Okay.
So this is just because I want us to be as proactive as possible and make sure that we're, as we're going through the year or into the next school year, we know what our unassigned balance is. I know that, like, historically we, it's taken us a little time to get to this point. So I just want to be proactive, but I also can agree that things may change. And so I don't have to do anything with this. This is just me wanting to stay a few steps ahead. So if we need to hold off, that's fine.
Thoughts from the committee?
I mean, I think we already made the budget with these things coming out of fund balance, so if anything, we just have to reallocate new things out of the operating budget, is the way I'm looking at it. So I would say we approve these, and then if we have to make additional assignments, we can do those separately.
That's fine.
That's my opinion.
I'm fine with that. Other questions or comments? All right, we'll need a motion to approve.
Make a motion to approve as outlined in the memo here, item 1, fund balance assignments.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? Okay, hearing none, we'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, moving on to 2. Motion, please.
Make a motion to discuss.
Second.
So there's nothing attached for the spend down plan?
There's nothing to have?
Yeah, they're covered.
only for the budget, not for the spend down plan?
They did come in separately. I will say that, but it didn't get. It was. Oh, was it sent today?
Oh yeah, you're right. There's no spend down. There's just the budget.
I did not realize that it was not forwarded out.
Is that something we have to do today? Because ideally it would be posted so that people could see it and be able to ask questions, so.
We can,
Wait, what are you saying?
no, we can review that very for 17th.
We're gonna skip that, I don't wanna.
Because it wasn't
It's on
there.
it's on the agenda, it's
Yeah.
posted. It is
It's not on the board agenda. It's on like
The links,
the
you have to go back
links.
to the links and click on
Is
it.
it there?
Okay,
It's
Yeah.
there.
we
I have-
sent
yeah,
we.
the
I mean,
strategic
again,
spending plan.
this was done
The July
separately
2025 to
from the
27.
items that I
Yep.
posted
Okay.
on Friday. So
Cost
this
by
definitely
project.
came in.
So we
today,
think it
this
was,
morning.
I saw
it
it.
is publicly
Um,
posted?
I was looking at it. I'm reading it. And I'm like,
Yeah.
why isn't anybody
When
seeing
did it get uploaded?
It was, that was this afternoon.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
haven't
we can
looked
wait on
at
that.
it.
Okay.
Yeah,
So-
so we're gonna,
Yeah, we'll just move it to the next meeting.
Okay.
can I get a motion to table B2 then?
Make a
So-
motion to table.
Second.
Okay, and then 3?
I make a motion to discuss.
Second.
Okay.
I'm still fascinated, and you're not gonna be able to answer this because it's Trish. I'm still fascinated by this food truck concept.
Okay.
For
I might be able to answer some of it. So ask away. I will do my best.
I guess it's just kind of like
I'm out of Trish.
So appreciate it.
yeah, and the plan. Like I to me it just it's a giant lift, and I would not that Trish hasn't done her homework. I guess we started to talk about it a while ago, and then it was kind of like we'll get to it later on.
So internally, after our discussions, so going back and reviewing this budget and having all the conversations based off of the last budget meeting, we had, the conversation about the concession trailer. So it's not really a food truck; it's a concession trailer, and you are correct. Trish has done an extensive amount of research, and she has that research. And I think what we collectively decided was, and we talked about in the last meeting, we removed it from everything that had to do with the budget because it's a deeper conversation. It is a heavy lift, and I think we realized it's not anything that's going to be happening, within the next couple of months. It's not anything that's going to be ready to be put into play this summer, which is going to be the biggest time where we might see it being used. So what we are proposing is, yes, we would like to see it happen in fiscal 27, and it's part of the thing we can't discuss. But that would be part of a larger presentation that will be given to the school committee with what the plan is, what it entails, much more extensive. So it's definitely something that we would still like to see happen, but I think we're going to take a few steps back and kind of start at the beginning and say, okay, we're going to present to you all of the research that we've come into and what it would entail. So we agree with you that it is kind of a big lift and that we need to kind of start back at the beginning. And I think that's the plan that we're going to take for now.
Okay, just a quick question. This is off the top of my head. With that plan, you just talked about it being in summertime. It might get a lot of usage. I'm just curious, would that be during summer school or summer camp? I know summer camps is the rec department, but
So I don't believe it would be used during the summer camp and summer programs. The idea of bringing in the food trailer is so that way during the school year, our students that are in our life skills and transition program have access for on-the-job training.
Okay.
And so they would do that.
okay. You don't have to go. We don't have to go
Yeah,
deeper
and
into
then-
it. I know
and
that
then-
Aaron wants to move on. So
No,
It's not that I want to move on, I just want to make
summer,
sure
the events around
we don't go too
town.
far.
So we can then go to events that are happening around town. If the town's doing something, it might be, I'm just using this as an example, the art show. That's an opportunity to bring it there and provide the food, and then make a profit on it that can then be used.
okay.
So
Alright,
as far as, so it sounds like we'll be getting a presentation about that separate, but
Yes.
also
Yes.
as far as the children nutrition and food services budget, what you're saying is it is in here though.
It's no longer.
It's
No,
no longer
we've
here.
we've removed it. So based on
Yeah,
that
right,
conversation
that's what I
and
was
the
getting
understanding
confused.
that we need to do that,
Sorry, the only reason I mentioned it is because I'm still seeing it in here. That's unless I'm.
What line, Megan?
What line?
So well, I'm not on you. I'm back on the link.
That's the
Oh,
spend down.
that's the spend down
which
plan.
is-
So that's the spend down
It's
plan.
probably on the spend down plan.
Because it does say FY 27, that's
Yeah.
why, okay.
Right, so no, we're on the.
Yeah,
Okay.
but
On the
it's not
actual
in the
budget.
budget.
Thank you.
And it is a little confusing because initially and in prior years, the spend down plan had been part of the budget process
Yeah.
because there were things used in the spend down plan to offset the budget, which we are not doing this year. So when it was initially created, it was created as it had been similarly to prior years. So that's why you see the fiscal
Okay.
27 thing, but I think that's still a,
So in the numbers that were presented with the food services budget, these numbers include the increase to the families?
yes.
And that is something that if we do approve this, I would recommend that we, like, inform families of,
That the prices are changing for next year.
yeah, like as soon as we make that final decision, because I think that's important to give them as much notice as possible.
So I had a question about that. So putting aside the, like the canteen changes for the cost and the things, so the revenue changes from the presentation we got on the 3rd to the 31st. The student lunch payments, the increase is $37,800 between the two versions. That is the change in the fee, like in the costs, right, that we're putting forward to the families to offset the deficit in the breakfast, right? Okay, so my question is, down at the bottom, the salary for the proposed position has gone up. I understand it's comps and all of that stuff, but we've added back in a van driver.
Part-time. So the van driver, initially, the way we had kind of laid it out,
That's like the reduction difference.
it was like a reduction. So we have a retiree, and with that position, we were anticipating, we had the hope that we would be able to offset that work with existing employees. Since the initial time we had done this, and now, as you know, well, the struggle to retain employees within food service has been very challenging, and we had concerns. So when we reevaluated this budget, we had concerns that if we still have the same struggles next year, how will we be able to provide this service? And so based on like analyzing and looking at what do we actually need when it comes to this van position, that we feel comfortable and confident that a part-time position should be kept in the budget. So we did look through, we looked at different expense lines that we could maybe tighten up, sharpen the pencil a little in some of those areas so that we could maintain that part-time position. And although we did not do this with the intent of it, based on the number of hours that we truly think that we need this van person, the number of hours is less than what would normally be required for healthcare as well. So that the amount that it was that we would actually need for that position is significantly lower than having a full-time driver position, and we were able to offset those funds like throughout. Some of it was based on the change in the fees that we would be providing to parents, but it was a small amount. Like there wasn't like an exorbitant amount extra of what came in that new fee that was going to now suddenly cover it. We made small reductions and changes.
Well, my
throughout.
understanding too was the fee was to cover increase in food costs.
Food costs,
from
which it
the
did, and that's
deficit.
and I want to say it was nominal, the difference between like less than $2,000 between keeping it at an even rate and an even increase and what the cost would be, and so we left it at a solid like 30-cent increase because that made sense. So that wasn't the main driver to keep the position. Is we really think we need this position. Where else can we, like I said, sharpen the pencil on some of the other lines? One of them was like the equipment line that I had. That was kind of like a new line that we wanted to keep in operating because typically it's normally been fund balance, but we think that we need to have a certain amount for equipment in operating year over year. But knowing that a substantial amount of equipment is going to be purchased in either 26 or 27, we were able to reduce that, little areas like that here and there to bring back that part-time position.
The only thing that changed from the previous budget, aside from the salaries, was the canteen things coming out and the increase in the meal payments. That's why I'm confused where that money came from.
No, we did reduce, and I will go back and look, but we did reduce the kitchen equipment line.
by $1,500.
I thought it was.
No. The only other change was the maintenance repairs to equipment was $1,500.
Maybe that's the line. I'm calling it equipment, but it might be maintenance and repairs. So we did reduce maintenance and repairs, and I'm going to go back and I just want to look at my notes because I do believe that we reduced kitchen equipment as well. I believe that that was originally at 15,000 and we reduced it to 10.
Kitchen equipment.
Yeah, it's 57,305.
No, it's 10 and 10. I jumped in the two files.
I'm gonna, if I can, I'm gonna go
Yep.
look at my note because we did make multiple reductions in the expense lines to be able to offset the van driver
Okay.
for what it would be needed, and we definitely moved the items around.
Okay.
And then there were other areas, just based on some of the other like small changes with those revenue line items, that we were able to balance it out. Again, like I said, not making any major things or relying on the increase to families. Like that is the majority of that is to cover the cost, the food costs, because when we actually factored it out, I know when we were sitting here that night, Trish and I were like, we think it's this, because we didn't have the notes in front of us. But there was like a 43, I think, in the note. Let me just look. It was both a loss at lunch and a loss at breakfast, so it was like roughly like $43,000. If we looked at like the overall and we thought, okay, what is a requirement and a necessity to cover, and that's how we came at the 30 cents. So if we're doing the math like on the number of families, it's the majority of it is going to cover that 42-cent loss and that 50-cent loss at each of those meals.
Mm-hmm. Is the numbers that you're presenting us today with the benefits include the 17.71%?
No, it does not. And I realized that about 20 minutes before this meeting, so I apologize. But I did the math, and it's less than a $5,000 difference. So I'll have to, again, sharpen the
So
pencil.
we won't be able to approve this tonight because it's not. Like, I don't want to, like, I know we have to go back and look at other things, but I don't want to approve something that isn't.
Well, Andrew, I don't know about this, but I know what the difference is because I've done those calculations. Like, so, again, getting the information from the trust late, I wanted to make sure we had the full budget. I got the numbers from the trust. I was able to then put them in. I have them. I know what the amounts are.
I would want to see this updated, though.
We could see,
Some shows it.
Because it's for both, right? The two positions, right?
For that whole line, like, there's a whole benefits line.
Yeah.
well, right, and so in that 211,000,
It's
it
gonna
came
be
out to
more.
be,
Yeah.
it was less than $5,000, just based on the positions and the plans that they have.
But you have a balanced budget,
Right.
so now it's not balanced.
Well, we could do the offset that we had done in prior years, whereas we say we have the spend down plan, we can apply
But we haven't approved
money from the
this.
spend down plan.
We haven't approved it, though.
Yeah.
No, I was like I would have to add in a line that says we're going to, in order to
Yeah.
offset that, we
Or
would
we
have
could
to say
balance
we're
it.
going
Is
to
it
use
easier
X
just
amount of
to
dollars
put
from the
both
spend down,
together?
just as we had done in prior years. I'm not saying
Yeah.
to do it tonight, but like
Why
If-
wouldn't
if-
we go back and take a look and see what we
that's
could cut?
obviously the
Yeah.
first thing. But if we have no other place to reduce,
Yeah.
and we don't want to increase anything else for any more families,
Yeah.
the next option would be we have this money, just like we've done in prior years. We would have to say we're allocating X amount of dollars from fund balance, like a reappropriation of fund balance, just like we would do anywhere else, and like we've done prior, where we say we want to bring down equipment costs.
Can we do this on next Tuesday then?
Yeah,
Yeah.
just gonna say that.
Yeah.
I mean,
Go back
it-
and update it and then just bring it back on the 7th.
Yeah, and I definitely
worries.
want to sit down with Trish to say where can we tighten to make it
And
happen.
there's, it's either we need to tighten it or we need to,
Allocate the
more
funds.
funds.
Mhm.
Yeah. One other question I had, Leslie, was I heard in the town council audit presentation that we had done a planned, like the planned deficit, that's what the auditor said, and I didn't understand that, when he said that.
So that's essentially the spend down plan. So the way, and I don't know if if it's a RIDE thing. I just know that that's how the auditors have done it. And that's how we've done it in the prior years. So the spend down plan is approved by RIDE. It's approved by the school committee that says we're going to spend, let's say, $180,000 out of that. Instead of doing a reappropriation of fund balance, we just spend out of the appropriate line item. The line item goes over budget, and it will be represented as a planned deficit, as opposed to
Yep.
it would just the equivalent as we do a reappropriation. It shows as revenue, and then it would be in the audit as a net negative change in fund balance. So it's just the way the auditors and the way we've planned to do it. It's the same result. It's reducing the fund balance, but it's not like we approved a budget using that money to
Yeah,
offset
okay, that makes
the
sense.
revenues and
That makes
expenses. So.
sense. That explanation is helpful. Hi, Bridget.
Yeah.
Can I just?
Yeah, do you want to just introduce yourself for the first?
Yeah, of course.
I'm Bridget Hayes, Director of Operations. I oversee food service. I just would like to clarify, as we prepare for next meeting on the 7th, we talked a little bit about the food truck concession trailer, and we're going to have a presentation at a later date. Some of this expense could be offset by that revenue opportunity, should that go forward. So I just wanted to have just a brief discussion, or get your opinion on, is that something that you would be open to in the next portion for Tuesday, as we look at this budget?
Yeah, I see what you're saying, is that in theory you could
It's a small amount of money
Yeah.
in the grand scheme of things, given what we are anticipating that is going to eventually happen if approved with this concession trailer. And that would offset this cost. And that's really where, as we were putting this budget together, we sort of took all the pieces into account. Not wanting to overestimate or overinflate anything, but that is certainly a piece that we are anticipating, hoping to move forward for the summer of 27, which would be later in the budget year.
Yeah.
But that's just one informational piece. I was just asking.
My personal opinion is that I wouldn't do that, just because there's a lot of variables, and so until I would probably try to do it without anticipating any revenue, and then if for some reason the school committee does approve it, it would be a bonus. We could perhaps reduce the price for family. You know, there could be some other options, but I wouldn't. I'm not comfortable banking on that, not knowing any of the information about how much it would cost, operations, things like that. So that would be. I don't know.
I agree.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, any? Okay, go ahead, Leslie.
Oh, and so if I may, one area, just because this was probably going to be the driver of the conversation. I know I mentioned it before, but we do have line items in there, like I said, kitchen equipment and the maintenance and repair. They have been in the budget in prior years, but most of the time they've been offset with fund balance. What we're seeing now is not offset, so those are two areas where we're trying to kind of build up the habit of keeping them in the budget, so when we don't have a fund balance, we have money to be able to purchase equipment or make repairs. So we have two areas that I think are like healthy areas right now, since we do have a fund balance, where we could reduce those
For
and
one-time purposes.
yeah, and we could reduce those to cover these costs without having like a significant impact on the budget and the other services. So that's
Okay.
you know.
So let's see that next week, like that.
Yep. Okay.
Any other questions regarding this? Thank you, Leslie. And then the next one.
Discuss.
Second.
Okay.
I'm assuming it's me, but I don't know what it is.
I can do it.
It's the town appropriation.
Okay.
No, she's, I guess,
Yeah.
yes. I
Yes.
can.
You're also always welcome to sit, Leslie, when you're not, if you
Wow.
want. So your choice. That's okay.
So this is just, we want to put formal notification to the school committee, and just so the public knows that the budget hearing last week on March 16th, the town council did approve a preliminary budget for fiscal year 2027. That budget for the school fund is less than what the school committee budget, what the school committee approved for our school budget. So they approved a budget of $66,021,823. That is $283,834 less than the budget that was approved here by the school committee. In addition to that, the town and school also realized that the health insurance costs were more than what we had budgeted when we got the information from the trust. So both us and the town had prepared a budget with a 10% increase of health costs. We later found out from the trust that we will experience a 17.71% increase. So that's a difference of 7.71%. which equates to approximately 450,000. So in addition to the 283,834, we also have a shortfall right now in our budget of 450,000 that was anticipated. So we are looking at that. We are going to come to next week's meeting because we also have to have this for the town to provide ways that we are going to be able to fund that, which would be a total amount of 733,834. So we're looking at, obviously, we look at our investment account that we have. Is there any room there? We're going to look at what we propose in this budget, see if there's any changes we'd have to make there, and also look at the retirement breakage for next year. April 1st is tomorrow. That is the deadline that we are to be notified by all of our staff if they're retiring. We do have a number of retirees, so we can look at that too to see what that breakage would be, and know that that would be a way of looking at making some of the difference up for this piece. And also, too, the town administrator and I have had discussions around the health insurance piece.
So I've asked kind of put this on just as an official notification because I'm sure lots of us saw it on the town council, but I think it's important for things to get documented here. I just wanted to open up any questions or things that we wanted the administration to look at before coming next Tuesday, because the town council meeting then is on
The
13th. Yeah. And so next meeting is the last meeting before their meeting. So wanted to get some preliminary conversation and questions. So any thoughts?
That's a pretty tight turnaround. As far as the health insurance goes, this is just more for a conversation for next year. We specifically discussed that during budgeting, and we wanted to put in more, and you all have had a conversation with the town, and they were like, no, I'm just going to go on record as saying next year, if we think the number should be higher, I think we need to put in whatever we feel confident with the number, even if the town is not, because this is the second year in a row that this has happened, and the town can budget whatever they want to budget, but if we feel that that number needs to be higher, I think that we need to go with what we think it is, because here we are again. Have we gotten any information from statewide yet as far as rates for this year?
We have not, but I actually had a conversation on Friday. I was at our quarterly RIASBO meetings where Mario Carino was there, and I brought it to his attention that we had not received it, and he is taking it upon himself to get us the information.
Okay. Have we gotten any bills?
Yes, 2. So we are through December, I think. 2 in addition to what we had. So I think we've gotten billed through December at this point.
Has that given us any feel for, probably not, but no. Okay.
No.
Is there
It's
any
very
way-
varied. It's very varied.
What is the likelihood of us getting more in the next week?
I will certainly follow up with him. Like I said, I just spoke with him on Friday and stressed the importance and the need for this information during budget time. And then he and I spoke separately offline. So I will certainly just reach out to him again and say, imperative, we need it.
Okay.
Yesterday. So.
And one last thing, we had talked also during budget time about on the substitute number in the budget, breaking it out between what is ESS and what is contracted. And I think you were going to circle back on that. Is it possible to get that information when you come back to us?
Yes, I have it, and I did do it. And I apologize if it's not in the version that's posted in the folder that you have.
Okay.
So I've broken it out. So I will make sure I update. Obviously, I'm going to put an updated document with any of our recommendations or any of our suggestions based off of what's come out of the town council. But I will make sure that the one that you have access to.
And is the budget that we approved online somewhere?
No.
Okay. Could that be added?
Yes.
'Cause I've had a
I'm like,
couple people
I will look. I did not put it on there, so unless,
No.
it's not.
I
Okay.
don't think it is.
Well, sometimes I will say sometimes IT does it for me.
Okay.
So I don't want to speak on their behalf, and I have not looked, but I have not done it.
Same thing. I feel like I thought it was on there. I'm like, it's on their website.
Yep.
Okay. Other questions regarding what we would like to see for next Tuesday? And by next Tuesday, I mean Friday, when it will get attached. Nope. Okay. Thank you. Moving on to Item C.
Make a motion to discuss.
Second.
Is that still me? It is,
Mhm.
right? Okay. Okay. All right, so this is just to discuss that we have a document that kind of exists. We've used almost like bits and pieces of it in the last year. It's a document for capital improvement that came out fiscal year 21, and I think the overall intent, obviously, not having been here when this was created, I can only speak to so much of it, but the intent of this document was to allocate essentially like capital reserve funds that are given from the town year over year, not necessarily just in the event of a surplus. But what we have done in recent years, we did it kind of with the surplus from 24 and how we allocated some items for 25. And then again, during budget time for fiscal 26, I had made some recommendations of allocations that I thought should be made to the fund balance in addition to what we were doing to balance the budget, some of which came off of this document from 2021. Some of them were, I adjusted and made those recommendations. The school committee approved them. Those recommendations from that budget are what is in the fund balance document now. So some of them are items that are direct relation to this or amounts that are in direct relation to this, and others were amounts that I had provided. But I do think that is important now that we have, again, a surplus from fiscal 25, that we assess this and decide as a school committee if this is a document that we want to continue to reference, or if as a school committee you would like to provide a different document to reference in terms of how you would like me to make the financial allocations when we have a surplus. Because this document is specifically referencing like money, town capital money that is given year over year, it doesn't necessarily apply to this situation, so I would prefer not to reference this, but I cannot speak on behalf of the committee. Technically, a committee should be looking at their assignments every year and deciding with recommendation from a budget and finance committee or just collectively as a group deciding how you want to do your assignments each and every year. So what has historically been done here is that we carry over assignments year over year, but we don't have to do that. So really this is just an opportunity as we're moving forward and we have dollars from that surplus, do we want to continue down this path? Would you like me to follow these allocations? Do we have different allocations that you as a committee would prefer to see? So that's essentially the reason for kind of bringing this to your attention. I know there are other agenda items that we will get to that are specifically regarding this, but prior to having that discussion, I wanted the committee to see kind of the reference point that's been used for the last couple of years, even predating me. So.
Okay, questions from the committee?
Thank you. And yeah, I wanted to have this information so that we could segue into the recommendations that came from the Budget and Finance Advisory Committee and kind of like lay the two out together and see like which of the buckets we want to keep, which ones are missing, which ones are still there, and kind of make the decision. I think this committee moving forward should kind of, in my opinion, vote to kind of dissolve the old allocation recommendations and form our new allocation recommendations for moving forward so that we have a fresher, update to go from launching off from these recommendations. So that would be my recommendation.
Just a point of clarification.
Mm-hmm.
It's FY26, correct, right now?
Yes.
Yeah, so this ended, am I reading this wrong, that it ended in FY25?
No, you are correct. So that's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. So nothing like this exists right now from this committee.
So would it
And-
make sense to have the Budget and Advisory Committee make a recommendation?
We did.
Well,
We
did. The other ones.
We did,
Yeah.
yeah.
So is
That's-
that in lieu of this?
Yes.
Like what they made recommendations of?
Yes.
Alright.
And so because
you're
that
just
ended in
showing this as a
25,
baseline.
that's why I
Understood.
made the recommendations in 26. So even though I pulled as reference some of the things that had historically been done when I
Got
did
it.
my budget presentation for 26, I put in my recommendations based off of what I was seeing for our spending. So that's why it doesn't match these. If you look at the numbers, they're
Understood.
my numbers.
Yeah. I'm with it.
Yeah, I agree with Jen. We're gonna have to update because, like, I'm looking at library media, right? We're working on it with our CIP projects. We're working on those upgrades already out of the bond. So, and they're definitely, and of course, fleet upgrades. We're gonna, we have different needs now than we did 7 years ago. So I think it is important to update this. And I mean, I guess I'm just kind of confused. I understand what you're asking, but I guess what the action on this would be is because we haven't gotten to D yet.
Well, that's kind of, I just wanted to have this
This is in
conversation.
reference.
Okay, yeah.
Segue
Yeah.
into
So,
D.
Okay.
one thing just to note is on this document, so like at the very bottom of this document, it said like the town council did not allocate capital funding to the school department in FY20. It was 2020, but I don't know if that's FY19 or FY. You know what I mean? I don't know what FY.
It says fiscal year 2020, so I'm going to assume that it's the 2019-2020 year.
Okay.
Do we request every year, or is that we just did?
That's where I was getting. So,
That is my understanding, that it was a request every year, and instead of, so what we had done,
but do we know if we every year we did not request, and every year we did not get these funds?
That is
I know-
correct.
that is correct.
Yeah.
This was the intent, but it
This
didn't.
was the intent.
Yeah, it
This did
didn't
not
happen.
happen in actuality because there were some years where the school department did not request any capital funds.
Correct.
And then there was the years that, like with the bond and different things have shifted. And so I do think it would be a helpful document to have of like the actuality of this, right? So there's a column that was like what it should have been, but then like, for down at the bottom it says like we had requested $700,000, they gave zero that year. Like in 2021, did we request, did we receive? In 2022, did we request, did we receive? So on and so forth. Because I feel like this document is very misleading. If you just look at it as a outsider, you think we got all this funds, and we most certainly did not.
Correct.
Some to our doing, we didn't request it, and then some because we requested it and it wasn't funded like that. So I think getting that updated would just be helpful in general. I think we can still have the next conversation, but I just wanted to note that it would be, I think, good to have that on record. So like a column of what we requested and what we received.
Okay.
Yeah, like even the title, maybe you should read TC capital funding requests versus
Right, it was
actual
honestly,
funding.
this document was plan.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
This wasn't request, because like in FY 3 or 4, we did not put an official request in.
Nor was
Right,
it
that's
used.
true. Just plain, yeah.
And it was not used in any prior years to, like, if there wasn't a capital request and funding for that, it was also not used, like, in the event that there was a surplus. They didn't take any of these recommendations and then assign fund balance. Like, that was not done either. So it's just a document that's out there that we've referred to many times and we've made recommendations to, but I just feel like it's time for us to
Yeah.
abandon the old
Have a
and
working one.
bring in the new.
I
Yeah.
know.
Yeah.
Just for the understanding though, in theory, if I'm reading this document correctly, the school committee that voted on this, which is not the school committee, but it's still the board, right? Their intent was that any years that there was a surplus, that some of this should have gotten acted, or it was only if the town had given capital funds?
So I have found information that is kind of mixed, and some of it is hearsay from people who are no longer here. The way the document reads is that it is a request to the town, and the town would then fund the money. People who were here during that time have said that it was also the intent was that these would be the allocations that would be first used should there be a surplus, but that is not on this document.
That's
That
not
is
what it says,
just
though.
information that has been provided to me when trying to, determine it. So,
I just think it's good to clarify that that's not what it says, because
No, it does
there
not.
were some years in these fiscal years where there was a surplus, and if so, if this document did say that, we would have to honor that and allocate. But we did
correct, because it does not
just
say
to
that.
clarify.
We did use it as a reference with the
Yeah.
surplus from '24, but not because we felt the requirement. And we referenced some of them, not all of them.
Yeah. Any other questions on this? All right, let's move on to D.
D? D.
Yeah, that's what it said.
Isn't D.
Nope, D is in dog.
So that's what D is about, is
No, I need a motion.
Make a motion to discuss.
Second.
Thank you.
I should have put it in a prettier document like that.
I
Now that I'm looking
created
at
a
it.
document for it. So you have a document attached that, or you should have a document attached that is everything that you put
Oh,
in there.
Anybody know what page?
we don't, because I'm at page 181.
It's not there.
It's not there.
And then it's like, oh, maybe it's go to the little school committee thing. Hold on.
I'm like, I definitely sent it on Friday.
We 100% believe you. We're just having some tech issues today with the agendas.
I was
which
so
is
proud of myself for
no
getting
worries.
things in so early.
And we appreciate that.
And here's me thinking like, oh, I should have made it prettier.
On the links, I'm not.
I can't find it.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it on the.
Okay, so it would be called. Well, I don't.
If it's not on the public agenda, I recommend it.
Oh God, it should be there.
Well, the numbers are on there at least, probably, right? It's the same thing as this.
It's the
correct?
same.
It's the same. The numbers are the same as what's in the agenda.
Okay, so we can.
Just to her point, I made it look very
There's a
similar to the
document.
old document.
Yeah, could you email it to us
I can.
in the interest of time?
I think it's there. It's slowly loading for me.
What page?
Is it though? Because it's,
Well, my page is different from yours because you go in a different way. So
I don't know,
On
because
the
it says
public.
decision crest. Hold on, maybe it's the
it's
right
page
one.
98.
That's not what.
It looks
there's a
the
pretty
same.
Document.
Oh, no.
There's
You get
two
the memo.
documents. It
Yeah,
looks
you
very
get the
similar to
memo.
the one we just talked
It's
about.
broken down to
Yeah.
the spreadsheet.
What did you have?
Looks like
Maybe a
this.
Spreadsheet.
She's gonna email it to us.
I'm doing it right now.
But it's the same information, so I'm
It's the
comfortable
same
talking about it because the public had the numbers. It's just not. It's pretty for
They don't
them.
have it looking.
But we can get that uploaded as well. Okay, just
Yeah, it's
checking.
definitely not out here. Bridget, what's the temperature?
Mm-hmm.
107.
It's hot.
My God, it's hot, right? So I'm always cold. So if I'm hot, I assume everyone else is melting. Thank you.
Sherry, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, that when we were talking about these in the Budget and Finance Advisory Committee, we were not talking about town council capital, we were talking about internal allocation.
We were.
Yes, we were.
Okay,
Mhm.
I
Yeah.
just want to make sure that we're clear on that point before we move.
Right, but I'm almost like, could it be something that we could do both? You know what I mean? Like ask the town council, but if they don't, then maybe we just internally, if we have the money, we could do it.
I mean, I think because we had been talking about internal, we should proceed with the
You have to,
conversation.
'cause that's what your
And then we
recommendation
can have a
is.
separate
And then we can always
conversation
have a
about the
okay.
town. But like,
Good
when we
idea.
were having this conversation, we were talking about if we have a surplus, this is how we would allocate our funds
Yeah,
internally.
internally.
You know, so,
With that said, also, there's a big CIP list that is not in the bond, that it still exists, of
Yes.
improvements and things that we
Yep.
need to do for the school. So like, this could be this, and then the Budget and Finance Committee could also look at a list of what they would like to submit for capital for the
Yeah.
town. Like, those are two
totally
there's
different
lots of
yes.
need, and not all of them are addressed in the bond or even through this. So I think that's a different / similar conversation, because I assume if we said, if the town doesn't give it to us, we'll use our fund balance, they're gonna say, well, do you have a fund balance? And then we'll go in a circle. And like, I do think that
So
part of the
maybe two
intent,
separate documents.
well, part of the intent, like when Dr. Duba goes to the Asset Management Committee for the town, is to help the town understand and prioritize town-wide needs, but like part of that is the money that could get allocated from the town for the schools.
Mhm.
And that's really where that other list should be. This
Yeah.
is different in my mind.
yes, I agree.
So that would be something that I think the Building Advisory Committee could, or Budget Advisory Committee could take a look at. Did we find it?
She emailed it.
I emailed it. It's there.
Kristen, you having fun yet? Don't quit. Okay, no? Did anyone get it yet?
Yeah, I've got it.
Oh.
She emailed it.
Oh, got it.
There we go. Yours is faster. Okay. So.
And the information is the same. I just thought it would be easier for the committee to
Yep.
see the years and the areas where we allocated for
100%.
future
This is
years.
very appreciated, thank you.
I also thought it was a good opportunity for us to footnote our reasons why we did it, because that was not in the agenda item, but we did have specific reasons as to what we thought would be the reasons for those specific allocations.
So,
So,
am I missing where it says only if we have a surplus?
Was it in the agenda? I can add it as a footnote.
I just think it's important
Yeah.
to add as a footnote because I wouldn't want a future committee interpreting this as a, you must take it out of your, like, I think it should say like in the previous.
I'm just making sure that I didn't put it in just one of the lines.
I just did a quick scan and didn't see it, but I definitely
Okay.
could have missed it.
I'll add it to just to the top to make a second asterisk as
Thank you.
opposed to a footnote.
Okay, questions from the committee?
yeah, I'm just trying to like cross-check Leslie's sheet to this. So
Yes,
it
please
was
do.
my understanding that athletic capital reserve was $150,000 moving forward.
I didn't have that in my notes, and all of the other ones that were in the agenda and in my notes specifically said, and then X, Y, and Z, a dollar amount for the future year. So if that is the case, I can certainly do it. I just didn't have it written that way in my notes, so
What
I
was
did
the
it.
actual motion? This is
I
like.
think it was, we only talked about the term.
I think we only talked about putting it
We
in.
wanted to make sure it was separate out, so we were almost doing stuff out in addition to the, was already there. So we weren't,
Right,
we
so-
talk about stuff that we
So
didn't
Sherry,
want
do
to
you know,
change.
in the motion that the committee did was for the allocation for the turf replacement, was it only supposed to be FY '26, or did the committee advise FY '26, 7, 8, 9, and 30? Because it sounds like Leslie's interpretation was it was just FY '26, but Jen's interpretation was that it was supposed to be the same as the others.
No, because the motion was increase the assigned anticipated turf replacement to $150,000. So that was increasing it to $150 moving forward.
Forward, yes.
Okay, so I didn't read that. I took it as, because we had made an allocation during budget time, I increased it to 150,000 from what that initial allocation
Yeah,
was.
no, we wanted to
Okay,
make sure.
so that's an
we
easy
would have
update.
enough
I
money
can,
to replace-
yep, okay.
To always replace the turf, I guess.
At one
you would say.
point, and did we ever get, Megan had asked a question a while ago about how much turf costs. Do you remember us, like, I vaguely
We
remember
haven't
that?
gotten.
We got a little bit of an update, but not the whole thing.
Yeah, right. Sorry.
I'm just saying, like, I don't want us, like, I want to make sure we have enough,
Yeah.
but I also want to make sure we don't have too much. Like, as we're allocating $150,000 every year.
I think we haven't gotten.
Like, if we need to replace the turf in, what was the anticipated
So
It said
life
like
of
8 to
turf?
10 years from
2030 was the
By
anticipated
2030,
year,
should we replace it?
2030.
Yeah,
I would
that's,
say
And
right-
of course,
I would
the number
say
you
right
had was from
now-
years ago.
Yeah, but I
So-
would say right now, the amount that's there is not what.
yeah, so what I'm
enough,
saying
and we
is,
had to put the company that was coming out to examine the field and all had to stop because of all the snow.
Yeah.
And they were back on the snow.
lizard's fault.
So yeah,
Um,
we didn't get a final number,
so what
but
I
I
was-
feel
yeah.
like we're working, like,
We're working towards
We're
that.
working
We
toward
don't
it.
have the final number. They're coming out
Yeah.
in the spring to do their estimate for us.
So what I'm saying is, what we would want to make sure of is if we are allocating 150, 150, 150, 150, 150, of all that, plus what we already have, going to be enough to replace the turf in 2030. Like, if it's not, then we probably should reallocate it, and maybe it needs to be 200, or it needs to be 250. Like, if it's not, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I think we picked a number just because we didn't have all the information. I
100%.
knew we weren't going to have
Yeah.
it till the spring, so.
Yep, that's fine. I just wanted, like, if we move forward with this, we will want to reassess that to make sure that we're actually going to be able to hit a goal of 2030 with a certain amount,
Mhm.
with inflation built in. So,
The bus fleet is supposed to be $150,000.
That was so our, again, the notes I have say to increase it to 150,000. We had already allocated in fiscal 26 75,000, so that would be an increase of 75,000 to get it to the 150 just for that first year, and then it was 75 because we had already made a budget recommendation. So, and I only know this because I was the one that made the suggestion of that I thought it needed to be at 150, not 75. So it would have been adding an additional 75,000 to what we had already put in the fund balance.
But this is only showing 75.
Right, because that's what it says, recommendations for fiscal 26, and it says in addition to
Yeah. So
what
I
was
think-
already allocated in the fund balance. So I've already put,
see how your brain's
But
working.
Yeah,
it should
I
be
know. Sorry.
150. It
No,
should
I
be
understand, but I
100.
think for like the civilian perspective, they don't care. Like, I think we're putting 150. right?
Right, but so then I would have to completely change this document then, because allocations have already been made because they were made in February of last year, and those are already represented in our fund balance. So
For
this,
fiscal year 26, that's fine, but for 27
Yeah.
outward, it should say 150.
Yeah, exactly.
we wanted it,
Right, to increase, so when we said increase, we're like increase.
Again,
it
my
going
note said
forward.
Again,
75 each year,
When we
though.
said increase to 150, we meant moving forward.
okay.
So what I would recommend is, it's on tape, so I would just.
It is,
you want me to
and again,
post this?
I was going by my notes.
Yeah.
So I had it as recommended to 150 because we knew we had purchases that were going to be coming up, and then I have my notes of 75 each year. But if that's not correct,
So
I will
what-
easily change
what-
it.
I don't
What,
think so.
Sherry's, you submitted these, right, Sherry, on behalf of the committee?
Yes, and those were, so we were saying add going forward. I probably should have put add going forward in
Right.
my
So
notes.
I just when
So
it didn't
then
say
you put
out your notes.
when it didn't say that, I went by my notes,
So
which
what
was
I'm reading is, it increased the fleet upgrade to 150. So this year, we already have some, so that number would not be 150.
it would be
If,
this,
like,
it was
yeah.
the 75.
This was,
And
yeah,
then,
changing.
but for every
Okay.
other year, it should be 150. Like
Okay.
that, to me,
Okay.
seems like the intent.
Yeah, so it was more fiscal
Yeah.
27, not
Yeah,
changing,
yeah.
obviously not changing 26.
Any other corrections on what we?
I don't know, I'm still going through it.
Just a quick question.
know,
So
was
that the same concept mentality you used with the playground for FY26, where you only put 90, but it had said increase to 100,000?
Yes,
So do
because
100,000?
I had already
You
made an
had 10,
allocation of
so-
10,000.
okay, all
So
right.
based on I had already done the allocation
Okay.
for 26. So for 26, if we wanted it to be 100,000, we needed to allocate an additional
Okay.
90.
So we have to remember, we are talking, FY26 is almost over.
Yeah.
Like this is going back in time.
Right.
Which is super fun. Was that the committee's intent? To go back and, like, they weren't talking about FY27? You all were going backwards? to
There were some
FY26?
items that we had thought we wanted to, because we specifically had said we wanted to increase those recommendations for fiscal 26 because we were using the surplus from fiscal 25, which would be the
See, I-
intent of this document, is to say we had a surplus in the prior year.
No,
Yeah.
I thought we were only talking about 27. We weren't changing 26 at all. So we were saying in playground, 27 put 100,000 and then keep
Okay,
35.
somebody go back and watch the meeting.
Yeah.
Not
Yeah.
us.
Still next week.
Yeah, why don't we table this till next
Yeah.
week, just so we can get our ducks
Well,
in a
don't you
row?
guys have a meeting on Monday?
We do,
Great.
so we can.
So do you think you
Put it
can
on the
maybe
agenda.
like revisit?
No, we can. Why don't we? And then we'll build a spreadsheet.
Before we
Your attachment needs to
end
be up
this,
by Friday.
so that we can maybe discuss this, there are two buckets that previously had money allocated in that we did not discuss,
Correct.
which were security upgrades
Mhm.
and technology upgrades. So, do we want to discontinue those allocations? Do we want to put money in them?
So, Jen, again, though, this document is not the same as the other document.
I
So what I would
understand that,
recommend.
but I'm saying,
yeah.
like, is this something that, and we currently do have money,
Yeah.
like, put aside in those, so I'm just raising these up, and are
Yeah.
these areas that we want to,
Did you all intentionally do that in your recommendation?
no, we did not intentionally not
Alright,
allocate.
so
Yeah,
why don't
we
you talk
didn't
about it on
specifically
Monday?
state we weren't going to include them.
Yeah.
They were just not included
Yeah.
Yeah.
as
Yeah,
a
so I
Because I
discussion
was
item.
assuming what we were giving in 26, we wanted to give forward. Like, that we wouldn't have to have you change it because it was already the amount that was, I guess we were anticipating that, like, the amount that was there was going to go.
That's
And-
not what we were saying. Jen's saying security upgrades isn't on your list. But
Oh.
like, was that
Okay, we
intentional? Was
didn't-
it not? So
we
you all
didn't.
can circle
It's
back
not.
on those.
No, so
Yeah,
as
we
we
didn't talk
as we
about
were
it.
making our recommendations, nobody in the group that night made
Yeah.
a recommendation for security
Oh,
upgrades, so
okay.
we didn't
So, but
address it.
also, apples to apples, this is not apples to
No,
apples.
I
So,
know. No, not
what
at
I would also recommend, Charity, is if you all could put on your thing, like the capital town, like if the town gives funding or what we should request from the town every year, and what those could be. So, for example, if you all didn't want to say for the fund balance we do security upgrades, but we want to say every year we're going to ask for $50,000 from the town for security upgrades, those two documents could live simultaneously. So I would put those on as two separate discussion topics and then come back and see us on Tuesday, although we probably won't be able to take any action on it because it won't be up. Like, you won't be able to attach the attachment early enough. So we could at least discuss it on Tuesday and then we could talk about it at our next, or we could vote on it at our next school committee meeting. Does that make sense?
Mhm.
We're thriving. It's okay. We'll get there. It's good. It's progress. We're updating a document that has been out of date for a year, so that's good. Okay. Anything else on that one? Any other clarifying questions? Okay. Moving on to E?
Do we have to do a special motion for this? The administrative contracts?
Yeah, I need a motion. You have the language for this.
I do not have a
Motion to approve the contracts in the form discussed and reviewed in executive session.
motion to approve the contracts as reviewed and discussed in executive session.
Yes.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? And again, this is just solidifying, we had made this prior approval earlier, at an earlier school committee, but then it's all the language, which was the pending piece, and so this is just solidifying that vote that we had previously made. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Moving on to F.
I will make a motion to discuss.
Second.
This is the third read of an existing policy which has been revised to update the dollar limits in accordance with the town charter. We've also updated the language to mimic the town charter where applicable, and then added a section about contracting with small businesses, minority businesses, women's businesses, and labor surplus area forms. In addition, we pulled in parts of policy DJF purchasing procedures, and then we'll be recommending that policy be deleted once these revisions are approved. We also made additional changes post-Blizzard after reflecting on our current policy and the impact an emergency can have on the district. Those changes are noted in blue in the draft that is attached. After discussions at our last meeting, we capped the amount of change orders that the superintendent can approve at $20,000. At this time, I am recommending approval.
Okay, questions regarding this? I'm so sorry, did we make a motion and second it?
Yeah, make a motion to approve.
We did do that already?
I just did.
No.
All right.
Second.
Thank you. All right, that was your motion. Got it. That was a lot of
I know.
motioning in your motion, also known as discussion. Okay, so we have. Did you get that, Kristen? So Jen and then Rob. Okay, any questions? Okay, and Andrew, this is consistent with everything with the state.
Correct.
Yep. Okay. Hearing no questions, we'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. And then Jen, the second one.
Make a motion to approve the third read recommended for deletion.
Second.
This is the third read of an existing policy which is being recommended for deletion. Necessary portions of this policy have been incorporated into policy DJC, and since we've approved those revisions, this policy can be deleted.
Okay. Any discussion?
No.
Okay, hearing none, we'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Moving on to new business, can I get a motion for item A?
Make a motion to discuss.
Second.
Dr. Duva?
So a memo was sent to you earlier today. I apologize I went today, but we're trying to get all of these invoices together so that way we can provide this to you. This is the expense report for the blizzard. At that time, we also were notified that due to the state of emergency, we would get some reimbursement from FEMA. However, the reimbursement from FEMA was only for a 48-hour window of time, and the school and town together had to submit that and have an agreement of when that 48-hour window would consist of. That window went from the start of the blizzard, which was Sunday the 23rd, through Tuesday, which would have been the 25th. During the time frame of that 48-hour window, our expenses were a total of $26,851.56. That was a combination of salaries for our maintenance staff. We have 9 maintenance employees. That was for an amount of $21,655, and then also the materials that we had to purchase, and that was a total of $5,196. So the total expenses are broken down on this table. So the total salary and benefits, which consisted of overtime, because during a state of emergency, per the contract, we pay them, pay the employees overtime. Some of our employees worked 24-hour shifts when they came in on Sunday and didn't leave till Tuesday, and the cleanup went right through the following weekend, and the state of emergency was lifted on the Wednesday morning. It was March 4th at 8 a.m. So it went right through that Tuesday night. So total for salaries and benefits for the 9 employees was $37,336.30. We also had contracted services during that time. We have a contract with North Landscaping for plowing. They plow out a few of our schools. The invoice was $2,800. We also had to call in other contractors at that time. We needed heavy equipment, and that was later in the week, so it was outside that 40-hour window. Working with the town and others, we brought in JR Vinagro, and they brought in the larger equipment to help move the snow, clear it, take it off our property, bring it elsewhere, and be able to help us open the schools. That was an invoice for $22,000. And then we have a contract with A&M, Sheet Metal and Roofing. That's the company that makes sure that they provide any of the support for our roofs. They had to come in and clear some of our roofs of snow because we had leakage, and we were also concerned about the weight. That invoice was for $53,372. There were also supplies that we needed at the time. The supplies were anything from needing paint, salt, ice melt, and other various supplies. And we had food lossage, produce and dairy products, just from not having loss of power at some of the schools, food not being used in time. And that was the amount of $3,623. So the total expense during that blizzard that we had was $120,727.88. So we're anticipating that almost $27,000 will be reimbursed through FEMA. The rest of it would be coming out of our current budget, looking at snow removal lines, as well as the contracted lines.
Thank you. Questions from the committee?
Do we know what the expected timeline is for the FEMA reimbursement?
I don't know right now when we're going to get notification. We had to submit it very quickly to them, but I don't know when. I can follow up and find out.
Is it they have to approve, or is it an automatic?
My understanding is that they have to approve it.
Okay, so it's a hopeful yes.
Yeah, and it was very specific. There was a very specific workbook that had to be completed with what we could put in for and what we couldn't put in for. So it had to be very detailed out between the labor from the workers, equipment that was used.
So just to clarify, the 120 number, does that include the money that we submitted for FEMA, or does not include the money?
No, that does. That's the total.
Okay, so it's 120 minus,
it's
hopefully
120 minus the almost 27,000 would be what would be left. But.
I had just 2 quick questions. So when it notes, and thank you for providing the UCOA budget lines, very exciting. Love that. When it says the 51201, like that 51201 number, is that a salary line specifically dedicated to overtime? Okay.
Specifically dedicated to overtime for maintenance.
Okay, perfect. And then does it exceed what is budgeted there?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, most certainly. Okay.
Most certainly.
And then the other question I had was noting about the food loss. So obviously there's the produce and dairy product loss, but then also would we ever consider, like we obviously did the right thing in donating the food to the families, but also we didn't bring in any revenue that week for food that we would have anticipated, and so should that number be noted somewhere? Like it, do you know what I mean?
We can go through that. We can work with
I don't know if it's necessary, but just something to note is that we paid for all of that food, but did not recoup any revenue.
So we can certainly get that information. I will say that in terms of like what we submitted for FEMA, like everything that we
I know that.
Yeah, that all had to be.
That game is over. I was just saying, like, as far as trying to capture the actual amount of loss to the district.
We did have some donations from the food pantry, but some of it was our food shipments coming in. So we can go and calculate what that. What those
I don't care about what we paid for the food. That's because we did get it to students. What I was noting was the loss in revenue of the fact that students were not paying for school lunch that week. Yeah, so that was it's probably not a huge number.
So, Richard Hayes, Director of Operations. I might add that some of that food is shelf staples. So even though we didn't recoup any revenue, it might have offset some of the expenses later on because we were able to adjust.
So
it's probably in that mix.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Any other questions from the committee? I think it would just, for me, just, I mean, and this might come later, just like where the readjustments are going to be made from. Right. Like when
Just
you,
knowing that, so we know that we're going to be over in some of these lines, so how are we going to adjust the budget?
Yeah, like how much did it affect each of these budget lines? Because obviously we didn't anticipate a blizzard. But
just making sure that we have enough money. So like if we're moving money from X line to 51201, like are we, I anticipate that would be fine, but it would be nice to know that we're fine.
So what I'll do is I will take each of the different categories, the different UCOA lines where we know we had it, and I just, and when I do my normal projections, I'm just identifying the areas that are over, looking if they fall into the categories that were obviously blizzard related. We know snow removal is going to be way over budget, so that's an easy one for me to identify. And if we have to make a budget adjustment to accommodate it from another line item where we're over, I will make that adjustment, and I will do it representative on the budget to actual. And then, as I had mentioned in the last budget to actual, like our salary line right now is trending where we have a surplus in that line. So that I believe most of that overtime will be offset in that line without any movement needing to take place.
Yep, and there's no approval needed for that. Obviously, the administration does it, but just if there's anything that we need to be aware of as far as like where we had to move from, the impact to what we're able to operate under, that I think would just be helpful.
Yeah, typically there's no, we don't have, the district doesn't have like a line item requirement when we do a budget transfer, but I know I've done them in the past. Like if I'm going to make significant changes in order to offset it, I'll put a memo together and just say, this is what I've done, so that you can.
That should just kind of be standard operating procedure, right? Like anytime that we have to go over budget on something, it would be nice to see where the recommendation would come from. That we, you know, I feel like we shouldn't have to say this about each item, you know, like, okay, this is the blizzard, and then another time it might be something else. Shouldn't we always just have like recommendations of, okay, well this is, or just let us know, like, well this is where this is where we're going to try to make up money from.
So when we have something that is significant, we obviously do. So anytime there's an offset where it's a noticeable change, but there are constant budget transfers happening, like on a daily basis,
like
that would just
major
absolutely
things,
bombard
maybe
the committee.
Could look at the policy that oversees budget. Maybe there's a threshold. You know, this I was just thinking like 50, 60, 70. Like for snow, it's almost like $100,000, and so that one, like I think, like maybe there's a threshold of if we have to reallocate over $75,000-$100,000, then a memo goes to the school committee to note that or something. So we can think through what that looks, because we most certainly would not want to be doing that.
No, and it's similar to like what we did when we did the bus changing with the buses. Like we made sure we said this is our thoughts, this is where we want it to come from.
So we can take a look at what that language is for your point, Megan. Okay. Anything else on this one other than it's sad and there was a lot of snow? I think the biggest thing is just that there is going to be an impact, like making sure to communicate with the town and, you know, looking at what we can do as far as making sure that we're still able to offer all the things that we were hoping to offer this year. Okay. Any other questions from the committee? No. Okay, we're going to pause on B right now. C? A motion, please.
I will make a motion, but it is 9:50, so do I want to make a different motion first?
sure.
We have to go back into, I have to make the motion far enough to extend us through that, right?
Yeah.
Through executive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would do 11, even though it
Just say 11 and
I
then.
make a motion to extend to 11.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor of extending the meeting until 11 p.m., please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, now I'll make a motion to discuss C.
Second.
So this item has to do with summer school programming for 2026. There's a memo included in the backup. I'll highlight the section from the memo that is pertaining to the K-8 high impact teaching program in ELA and math. The other programs we can discuss as well, but they're more consistent with what we've been doing. So the K-8 high impact teaching program is a bit of a shift that we're taking with summer school this year for our students in grades K-8. And the idea here is to propose a program that is a bit more accommodating to the needs of students and families, specifically their time as it pertains to the summer months. And the idea, the hope here, the goal is to increase student participation make the experience a little bit more focused and personal for students, and really more effective and efficient with the use of time. So that's kind of the approach we're trying to take. We're currently, in the process of identifying families. The identification process for prioritizing students will remain the same, meaning we are basing it on the data that we collect from the MTSS process in terms of students who are most in need of summer interventions. Will get the highest priority, and then we will proceed from there. But that's the goal of the program. Again, we're going to be trying to accommodate students and families as best we can to meet their needs, to offer them times that are going to work for their schedule, and that are also going to be able to fit with when our teachers are available as well. So we're also, I will add this too, we're anticipating offering both an in-person opportunity for these students and also for some of the older students a virtual wish to engage in the high impact teaching in a virtual setting, that they would have the option to do that as well if they wish.
Okay, questions from the committee?
I had a couple. Thank you for putting this information together. Do you have any idea how many students you're expecting to invite for each? Is it similar to the numbers that we've offered in the past?
Yes.
It is, okay.
If I remember correctly, though, last year we had a decrease in what we had outreach to. Is that correct? Of like where the threshold was as far as who was able to participate?
In which program?
So whatever the equivalent was to what this is.
I mean, we base it really.
I remember.
Yeah, the first priority is always based on the data, just the data that we collect. So it's really, it's not really based on a number. It's more based on the data.
Yeah.
But then once we kind of proceed through the first group, we'll open it up to more.
I thought, and I could be remembering incorrectly, like for example, is it level 1, 2, 3 or something?
Yeah, it's tier 3 first. Yeah.
So maybe last year it was like, or 2 years ago it was tier 3 and tier 2, and then last year it was just tier 3.
You are
if I
correct.
remember correctly.
You are. Yes. Yep.
So are we going with that?
We're
model,
going.
or
We're going
with-
to open up to tier 3 will be the first priority, but
Yeah,
we're
of
also going to
course.
include tier 2 as well.
So back to 2 years ago.
Correct.
Perfect.
Correct.
Thank you.
When you say virtual option, is that live or recorded?
It'll be live.
It'll be live,
Yeah.
okay. That's going to be interesting to schedule.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we're
like
working
just
on
log
it.
into it.
It's one of those things where we'll have flexibility within structure. So it's not going to be just completely open ended. There's going to have to be like obviously time frame that we're going to work within. But we're going to try to again like reduce the time, but like increase the effectiveness, right? In terms of the number of students. So we're looking at hopefully getting a small number of students who can have more of like a close knit experience. That's with students like who are in a small group who are looking to get the same type of instruction, same subject areas and things of that nature, if that makes sense.
Okay. It said that there's going to be offered in 2 different locations. I'm assuming that's being split out by age group.
Correct.
Okay. And then it doesn't mention anything about transportation. Are we providing transportation this year?
Yep. So we are providing transportation for our high school students and for our summer squad students. For the high impact students, we are going to work with families as best we can to accommodate their needs. The schedule that we are proposing does not necessarily lend itself to a transportation option, but we're going to try to work with families so that we can identify times during the day, times during the week, during days of the week that are going to fit their schedule as best we can. If there needs to be a transportation component that families need, we're going to work with them.
So we've worked really hard over the past few years to eliminate transportation as a barrier for students in summer school, and that feels like a step backwards.
It's
I
not that we
understand.
It's not that we don't. It's not that we're not wanting to provide transportation. It's just that we were setting it up for this type of service. If we have transportation, we're just putting out there transportation provided, we would need buses like running probably like all morning long, as if they're coming for an hour and a half, or however it's being set up. Because what we're trying to do is provide a higher impact of the instruction to them, and it's not just you're here from 8 to 12.
So as a former working, well, as a current working mother, but as a former working mother of young children, having to get my child to a 1.5 2.5 hour program in the middle of a workday would be incredibly challenging.
So let me just add this. Like, one of the things that we saw the last few years with the transportation was the students who were transported every day had significant success with the program. However, there was a struggle with some families to be transported every day, and I think a lot of that had to do with families having maybe different options in addition to the academic program offered by us that they would be sending kids to because they were locked in for that amount of time that would pertain to the summer academic program that we offer. So the idea.
You lost me. So then
what I'm saying is that we had difficulty with getting consistent transportation on a daily basis from families. The families who were transporting their kids every day, we saw them have significant gains.
What about the buses, though?
I'm saying that we provided the buses, but it
Yeah.
wasn't that they rode the buses all the time. They didn't attend our programs necessarily every day with other things they were attending.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So, just to clarify is this just a, hey, FYI, or does the school committee need to vote on this fairly significant change? Andrew?
This is,
Summer school's always a gray area.
According to the policy, school committee has control over summer programming.
I'll take your word for it, for sure. I mean, yeah, if the policy requires you guys to vote for it, then.
But the
I don't know, it
virtual
doesn't say
option is
vote.
also making it if kids can't, you know what I mean, that
I heard
we
that
didn't
that
have
was only for
virtual in the
older.
past.
Yeah, so is there a possibility that we could get a little bit more detail about time, like when the program's going to be held?
yeah, you can do that.
How long? Like, I think that I'm intrigued by the philosophy. Like, I definitely think that you all, from an educational standpoint, like, obviously know what's best for students. I do have, and have always had, significant concerns about the barriers that we put in place for students, the low attendance rate for students for our programs that need it. You know, as Jen mentioned, we worked really hard to work through some of the transportation things because we knew that that was a barrier for families being able to come in, and then also trying to help work with the town to get them transported to rec programs after that.
Yeah.
I know it was a pretty important initiative because to Jen's point, like an hour and a half for many families is not going to be doable, and that's just going to preclude, it would be a no for me. That would be impossible. And not just, like, you know what I mean? So I think having some more info would be helpful.
100%. I understand. I just want to say that I share that.
Yeah.
Okay. What we're trying to do is be responsive to what we were.
Yeah, that's what I think. Like, just
some of
mapping
the
it out would be
feedback we were
helpful.
getting from families, because we weren't necessarily seeing the majority of our families invited to the program who accepted it were necessarily using the transportation all the time consistently.
Yeah, so let's get some data maybe. That'll help us.
Okay.
And can I ask another crazy question? Could we somehow, like, I know sometimes the summer camps are at the elementary school, so say, for instance, if it was at Knesset, right, and then could somehow we talk to the town and see if those kids, so then they could just get pulled out for an hour and a half, but, like, they're at camp the whole day because their parents are working. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I didn't know, but I don't know where the camp.
There's no camp at Quinn.
Yeah, there's no camp at Quinn, but we worked with the transportation piece of getting them from one program to another.
I know, but would it be better just to have it at the, like, say, like,
Yes.
there's a camp at Forest Park.
Yeah.
Why are we having it at Quid when we should do it at Forest Park? And then the kids could just leave the you know what I mean?
I know
Like,
camps sometimes they shift their days where they're located.
It's at Forest Park.
no, they're not. It's all the same, the whole entire summer.
Okay.
So it's
I think
like,
that's
Say
interesting.
go
Yeah, I
inside
see
for
what
an
you're
hour
saying.
and then come back.
but right, like, say, like, the kid, I mean, you have to get into the rec, but, like, say you're at the rec, you're there from 8 to 4.
I feel like
And
they
the-
did that.
And the kids could pull out at Forest Park and just,
McGinn,
Yeah.
the summer squad.
Yeah.
Okay,
the summer
so
squad has transportation, but that's, like, separate. But I was just saying how
More
that
info
could
for
solve the
Tuesday?
And just at
transportation,
the
possibly.
summer school, we have a policy on providing summer school, but the policy does not state that the school committee approves the summer school program. So we don't need an approval for the school committee does not approve the type of summer school programming we provide. Not saying we won't. I mean, we hear you, what you
It
guys
does
are
say
saying.
that, it does say.
It says the policy is actually set forth.
And I wasn't
the
saying that in
Kingstown
a-
School committee expectation that the educational offerings of the school department shall include the opportunity for qualifying students to participate in our summer school program. It doesn't, so the type of programming does not need, says all matters relating to the governance of the summer school shall fall under the authority of the North Kingstown School Committee, but it doesn't say that there needs to be an approval of the school committee.
What's the difference? We can talk about this offline. Even if we are not, would it be possible to get some more details
Of course,
so we
yes.
better understand it for next
Yes.
Tuesday? Okay.
And the policy needs to be changed for transportation because it says that we do not provide transportation.
I'm sure it's on the list of policies that are probably.
I'm just saying, so like the
I
policy.
just feel like all matters.
If you're not gonna do it, then it's right.
is within our.
But I believe,
Just emailed, just what I just pulled up.
but we do need to inform the school committee of the programming that we are putting forward and that we do provide summer school to our students.
Yes. Right, so we'll get some more, so I think what would be helpful is if you all have any feedback from folks last year, I don't know if they do surveys or any assessment of summer school or any quantified
Yeah, we can
like
look at how many
attendance stuff.
students, yeah, we can look at attendance.
The data
We
that
can
you
look at
use to make
yep.
this decision, I think would be helpful, and then also a little bit more clarity about like what time, like I noticed you said like virtual for the older students, so like does that mean 7th and 8th grade? Does it mean 5th, 6th, and 7th grade? You know, like having a little bit more clarity on like
Sure.
when and where and how. Because I do think I'm here for the innovation and like thinking about how to meet students where they are. I think for especially older kids who can stay home alone, being able to have a flexible mobility modality is really awesome. Like I'm not trying to say that I think it's great that you're thinking about this in a different lens, in a different way. I think it's just would be helpful to have a little bit more info.
Sure.
Other questions or comments? And I do think I still am worried about transportation for folks.
And I would say not using transportation regularly doesn't mean that it's not needed, right? Like, so I would say that like if maybe the regularly gets them there sometimes, the unregularly gets them there sometimes, whereas not offering it gets them there not at all, if that makes sense.
So, okay. Other thoughts on the document for Mr. Mezzanotte to consider? Okay. Moving on to item D.
Make a motion to approve.
Second. So this is just adding Stephanie Russo as the DEI advisory representative for the administration and removing the former equity, belonging, and community engagement coordinator and a parent. Correct, Ms. Leila? Any other questions regarding this? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. And then moving on to, are we tabling? No, we have a motion for
I
F,
have a motion
please.
for F. I make a motion to authorize the district's attorney to draft a letter on behalf of the school committee as we discussed in executive session.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, let's just do correspondence because I don't want to hear it when we come back. I want to hear it, but it's better to do
It's
it
better
now.
to do it now. March 16th, Lori Ritchie, STEAM Day 2026, Hamilton Elementary. March 17th, Karen Martone, Budget 2027, Policy ACA.1, recent coach suspension. March 17th, Robert Jones, North Kingstown High School presentation and public agenda packet. March 28th, Holly Quinn, agenda item E, QSS resolution letter. March 30th, Ryan LaFawn, concerning the potential impact of new facilities in West Houston. That's it. I will make a motion to
Go back to executive.
back to executive session.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
so we will come back to open session. The first item that we need to address is disclosing that there were no votes taken today in executive session and to make a motion to seal the minutes of the March 31st executive session. Can I get that motion, please?
So moved.
All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay. And then we need to move to new business B. Can I get a motion for that,
I'll
please?
make a motion to approve the addendum to extend the agreement.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, and then can I get
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Executive sessions. No, we have to do the seal the executive
Oh, yeah,
minutes.
we did
and-
that.
Just did.
Oh, you just did,
That was
oh,
the first
sorry.
That's the first thing we did.
Yep, no worries.
Came back.
Missed that. I thought, like,
We were just being
Wait, I
efficient.
feel like that was a weird. Did we do the whole
I need a
official second and
Yep, so I did a motion.
Okay.
Yeah.
Somebody second?